What's up, everybody? Welcome to the pub. It's Saturday night. Let's get this camera placed just right. All right, let me know. How does that sound? Can you hear me well? Good. I shut off all the noise controls, so we'll see. Always RW and welcome. All right, we're live. Saturday night. Welcome to the pub, everybody. Hope you are all well. Apparently, if I touch my microphone, the whole kit and caboodle goes off. So Gonna play my cards right here and get the audio set up so I don't have to touch it again. Hey, that's life. Good to see you, man. Let me get rid of some of these pesky empties. All right, get this sucker set up properly. I gotta be extremely careful with this thing. They gotta come up with a new way to design these USB connection ports because they are finicky, man. All right. Hope you all are having a good day thus far and a good weekend. We're going to switch up the audio, so that's going to sound a little different now. Again, amazingly, for like the 50th Saturday in a row, rain. I just don't get it. 3, 4, 5 beautiful days during the week. Saturday comes around, it's total shite. Yeah, I guess this laptop's probably 3 or 4 years old. So, yeah, forced Sabbath. Yeah, I mean, we had fun today. We got a 3D puzzle. Me and my little one. It was a Ferris wheel, probably about 400 parts. Came with a little motor, and it was all like little balsa wood, plywood type things, little tiny pieces. You put the whole thing together. Took a good hour and a half. Satisfying though, you know, you open up the box and it's all these just random pieces and you put it together. It's a nice Ferris wheel that actually works. Good rainy day project. You know, we did end up getting a Nintendo Switch. We had been debating it. I'm not loving it, but it's not bad either. A little too much story. Like a lot of the games have a little too much dialogue. I don't know if that's like pervasive throughout all of the Switch games or what, but it's not bad. Definitely got to get the right games. We got The Legend of Zelda, and it's a lot different than it used to be on the original Nintendo. Anyone who remembers that, or the Super Nintendo, wasn't that different from the original. But, you know, like I said, it's not really for me, so I didn't say that, but so it's for, you know, the kid. So hopefully, I think she likes it. We ended up getting a horse game, which was kind of fun. You're riding a horse around in the countryside, and it's wholesome. It's cute, and she does, you know, horseback riding, so it was a relatable game for her, and she dug that. I think that was fun for her. Still appear to be in the same place in the Middle East. What has been discovered and is basically been decided is that the hospital explosion was a Hamas rocket that appears to have malfunctioned after takeoff. Unfortunately, it ended up, you know, killing a lot of probably innocent people, and it was pretty much, I think, coincidence that it landed near that hospital. It didn't actually hit the hospital. It definitely hit some vehicles, and there were certainly some secondary explosions from gasoline. But yeah, we ended up going with the console. The VR headsets, I don't know. I'm just not. I'll end up running into a wall or something with, you know, one of those things. But it's working out well. We got some new controllers. They're a little bigger. They're more like the old, I think the old Sega Genesis controller, kind of like the Batman or the Batwing design or whatever you would call it. But it's cool. Yeah, and exactly, Last Dance. There's no way 500 were killed. And the rush to believe what was initially reported, people are never going to learn. We talked about this the other night on Drone Tech's show, RW, you were there, that the insatiable appetite for the news to be the first to break something, that they don't really care if it's true, they just want to be first. Didn't Twitter unverify the New York Times because of that story? I'm not sure about that side of it. And I don't know the New York Times story, but like I said the other night, I don't think anybody would purposefully shoot at a hospital. So, and if they did, then that is definitely crime against humanity. And if that was done purposefully, that person or people would need to okay, yeah. The not makes that sentence a lot different. So yeah, Last Dance saying it's not clear why Twitter did that. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, we can get into that. You guys will have to explain that to me. So the New York Times had the Hamas rocket theory and then Twitter unverified it, or the other way around? You guys can explain. But yeah, so anywho, it's been whatever. Hard not to watch it, hard not to take in some of it. I'm certainly not watching it now like I initially was in the first few days of it. Certainly things have slowed down and somewhat of a stagnation here. I believe the government, there you go, McGrand. The government has given the Israeli armed forces the go-ahead to invade, and they appear to be staged on the borders awaiting invasion. And I think the United States might be talking with them about possibly holding off on that until some of the hostages, especially there you go, Lee. That's a good question. I like it. I like it, man. Bring it on. Let's do it. Let's pull it all apart. And welcome, Lee, and welcome, McGrand. Let's check out. Somebody put something in the private chat here. Okay. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, remind me about that. Yeah, I mean, you really hope that they know what they're doing when they're sending out these missiles. And again, they say that Hamas could be right in with the general population, not separated at all, which is going to create some confusion. But who knows, man? His wife here? I'm not sure if she is. I don't think so. She's eating her delicious quesadilla, which I just made her. And I'm an idiot. I'm looking at fucking Instagram while I'm supposed to be cooking. So everything's a rush job, Got to get down here, got to make a drink, grind up some good cannabis for the pub. But I made it. I figured I'd start with a little guitar to help calm my nerves a little. Speaking of guitar, Random Goon had a great show last night on his. There she is. Thank you. On his Twitch stream, Random Goon. Check it out. You can go there and request songs. He plays them. I know you two guys are there often. So yeah, very cool. Hopefully we see Random Goon tonight. I know he's been a busy guy. Private chat is building up over here. Okay, cool. Biden's been doing some talking about this. And yeah, Bravo Goon is right, McGrand. And I don't know, Biden is, I can't tell what the guy is. Sometimes he makes somewhat, well said statements, and other times he's kind of out in left field. But he's never really great. And like we've talked about this in the past, that he might be having some cognitive declines. I think that that is clearly at this point happening and declining. I did say maybe last year that I didn't think it was declining, that I thought he was kind of stabilized at, half there, sort of partially with it, kind of, but no, he's somewhat declining steadily, I would say. Yeah, he might be. Apparently there's some kind of a fucking storm going on over in England. I don't know what that is. Some bizarre storm with a weird name. Mabel, maybe? I'm not sure. Is that supposed to say raccoon? Because otherwise, I'm not sure what that word is. But I can look it up. I've never really. I suppose it could be a word. Let's see. Don't see anything. Raccoon, yeah. Raccoon. I don't know. Maybe it's some medical term. He's in the middle stages of raccoon. Coon hunters, yeah. I've seen some of that. One of my favorite YouTubers is Tim Wells, Slockmaster. He's a hunter, and he goes hunting and fishing with his daughter Sydney and other people. They've actually linked up with. Okay, I hear you, Lee. I thought it was like all over the UK, but I guess not. Thank you for clearing that up. They've Tim Wells. Check out his channel. Sub it sometime if you're ever looking for fun outdoorsman type stuff. He does fun stuff. A lot of killing, so if you're not into that, then probably don't go looking at it. He's actually a pioneer of a new type of hunting. He actually hunts with a spear, and it's pretty interesting. Um, I know. I'm sorry. Subject just popped up, but no, that's cool. That's not your thing. I appreciate that. Let's kind of get this open for a little bit of ventilation there. His bare hands. That's funny. He puts on hands that are like bear claws, and then he goes at them. Right, exactly. Yep. Dry season is supposed to be here, but with this rain, it's not been. Weather's just all over the place this year, man. It's been wacky. El Nino, they say. He doesn't spear raccoons. That would be a bit too small for a spear. Bows and arrows, darts, blow darts, maybe a gun. I don't know. He's not a big gun guy. He likes primitive hunting methods, which I do respect. He uses a bow without sights. It's a traditional style bow, and he can, shoot a dime at 25 yards probably. Dude's a crack shot with the bow. So, anyways, yeah, I think I've done enough blabbing here. If you guys want to, what's going on here? Keep it behind the ear. I don't want to look like Jethro over here. PFG here. Not a professional fisherman. You guys ready? Roll. All right. I think no, I plugged in my headphones and then that like shorted out my tabletop microphone here. So yeah, this thing's getting a little I don't know. I think the laptop's fine, but it sucks. I wish there was a way to make those connections a little better, but I don't think there is.
I think at this point the only solution is to set fire to the house and everything in it, and start anew. Right next door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I ran the friggin' hardwire for the internet under the soffit up to the next floor, direct line into the Wi-Fi box. It's like a 75-foot wire drilled through 2 walls, exterior, interior.
your net connection's great.
Right, but like literally the connection right in front of my face, 2 feet away, is like so finicky, and it drives me nuts. But whatever. Do you guys both have hardline internet?
No, I do, but I use Wi-Fi for my current position.
And what's your physical distance from your router?
I'd say it's about 50 feet.
Wow, you get a great signal for that.
Yeah, I'm probably about that too. Mine's Starlink from the attic, and I'm in the basement, so that's a 2-story difference.
Yeah, I have one wall blocking line of sight, so it should be decent.
I wonder if I need a little bit more. I guess not. No, you have the same capability as me, Last Dance, here. So I don't think I would be requiring any more signal.
I don't know.
It's not a signal issue. It sounds like a hardware issue.
Yeah, but when I'm running, I think it's because me and my wife and my daughter are all streaming simultaneously. So when we're all doing that on Wi-Fi, I don't think the Wi-Fi can keep up. That's why I needed the hard line. Because remember the old days, Last Dance, on the Wi-Fi, it would be like,
yeah,
I don't know how to describe it, stuttering, blotchy almost, like.
Yeah.
Well, so every single person in your family is actually uploading at the same time?
No, more like streaming, like watching.
Downloading shouldn't be that big of an issue, but if you are actually all uploading at the same time, you definitely hit a wall, because uploading is very low bandwidth given.
Do you have fiber or cable?
Cable.
Okay, then yeah, uploading is an issue.
Okay. I don't think we upload much, right?
No, if you're streaming, you're not uploading much. Next to nothing. Like Netflix, all that stuff, it's almost all download.
Yep.
And that's supposed to be super fast. I think I have between 300 and 500.
Yeah.
And like I'm about 50 feet from my router. It's also the router that Verizon gave us. And I probably could get a better one. Or we rent it from them, like.
Right.
You don't
How
have
long ago?
Verizon Fios?
Maybe that's what we have, yeah.
That's fiber.
But there's a cable.
Is it a cable or is it a coax cable to the house?
Yes.
To the house?
Yes.
Okay, you don't have a fiber, what you call it?
Fiber
connection that fiber in and then cable out.
No, it's.
Okay.
I don't believe there's any fiber involved. I've never looked though.
Okay.
How old is the modem that you have been renting?
Probably 7-8 years.
Yeah, so you could definitely upgrade on that end, but I don't know if they have a modem that is like, it has to be a specific one, because I know that what was it, Infinity or whatever, is like you had to have a specific one. Xfinity, yeah. You if you didn't have theirs, it's like.
I see. Yeah, so we do have Fios, she says. So that if it's Fios, it has to be fiber optic, right?
Well, she says fits. Did she mean Fios?
It's autocorrect, yeah.
Okay. I thought maybe that you're having fits with Verizon because it's not working.
We should be. I think it's like $7 a month for that stupid.
Fios is fiber, and everywhere. As far as I know, everywhere that's pretty you have all tons of upload and download bandwidth.
Yeah. You city dwellers and all your power.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. They did give us a new modem when we dropped cable. When we told them we were going to a streaming service for our TV, they were like, "Oh, well, then you're going to need a faster modem. Here you go," which was funny.
Okay.
Wow. Now just make sure you pay us every month $10 for this gift we're giving you.
That's exactly
They don't-
right.
Verizon doesn't update their modems very frequently, so
Mhm.
mine's pretty old. I don't know that it's that old, but it might be.
I've never seen a latency issue, maybe once or twice with you, Dance.
Yeah.
And I'm
It's
I'm
very
sure it was
rare.
on my end, so you're good.
Yeah, sometimes my Wi-Fi signal thing says one less bar than maximal, so it could be better, and I could run it. I could run a cable. I could make it wired if I wanted to,
Mhm.
but I found that its Wi-Fi works just fine, and obviously it's easier.
Mhm. No, it's definitely easier. I find that this is faster for watching stuff for sure. It definitely is a quicker. It's a smooth. I don't know how to explain it, but like, if I click on something on YouTube when I'm plugged in, it's like bam, immediate. When I'm watching it upstairs close to the router, it's maybe 2 seconds slower. That bam isn't bam anymore.
I mean, 2 seconds is still pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's bam or it's bip, bip, bip going. You know what I mean? So it's
Right.
not bad. It's not bad.
And sometimes that comes down to the actual software on the TV.
Right. When I watch it on, yeah, and also I watch it on the computer here, and I do watch YouTube TV down here on the computer. So, is that Lee? Did you happen to notice him down there? Either
I did, yeah.
Did you see Lee himself or just the logo?
I just saw the logo.
There he is.
Hello.
Howdy,
Hi, Lee.
howdy.
Howdy. How are you all?
All right, how are you?
Pretty good now.
Yeah. Yeah,
Good,
not too bad.
Good talking to you.
And you. And you.
Yeah, I was under the impression that you guys got this massive storm, the whole British Isle.
Yeah.
No,
flooding?
it's just one part of Scotland which has
Scotland?
been really
Okay.
hit. Yeah. So, it's news. They love it. Oh my God, there's a road that's falling away and a few trees are falling over. So, yeah,
Yeah.
mass destruction.
National
yeah,
reform.
right.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, but the rest of us are okay. Yeah, the weather's not brilliant, but it's not, there aren't trees falling down everywhere and destruction. So
Does the
don't get
weather
me
get
wrong.
brilliant over there?
I feel sorry for the Scottish people in the town or whatever, the area that they live in. Yeah, pretty bad. But sorry, what did you say?
I was just curious if the weather gets brilliant over there. It seems like American perception that over in the UK across the pond, the weather's usually dreary.
It's this time of year. It's usually windy and rainy.
Not.
Right? Yeah, not that good.
Well, it's windy and rainy here in North Carolina, so we're on the same page.
We certainly are then.
Yeah, it's shit here, man. Shitty day. But tomorrow looks nice, so get out.
Cool.
You have to understand they're like at the same latitude as New York,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe even higher.
Higher.
Yeah,
The UK?
I would think.
Evening, McGrady. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Goody good.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the balsa wood thing that reminded me of when I was younger, and you like get the balsa sheets that were laser cut and you punch out like the dinosaur bones and then you build the dinosaur.
Yeah,
Yours
that's
was
what
like
this
way
was,
above
dude.
that, but
Yeah, it was a punch out thing. There were
but
five
it like slid together, or you had to glue it.
No, like there were 5 sheets of all the millions of little parts that she went through and pushed out with her little fingertips to get all the individual little model pieces out and free, and then you followed the directions from there to
But do you have to glue them, or did they like slide together?
pressure fit. A lot of sliding
Nice.
like that.
I'm glad they're still doing it.
It was cool, and it came with a little motor, two batteries, and even hooked the wires up for the batteries at the end. It's good. It's satisfying for sure.
It was making me smile, Steve, because on rainy days here when my daughter was younger. You know, bearing in mind she's 20 now. But you know, that 8 till probably even as old as 14. There'd be the odd Sunday when it would be absolutely pouring down, and Ellie and I would just do an arts and craft day on the kitchen table. Mum would probably go for a nap, to be honest. And yeah, sweet times. You know, it was doing a puzzle or making something or colouring in or whatever. Yeah, it was making me smile when you were saying that.
Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah.
Nostalgia.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, Lee, I feel like I remember you from a couple of years ago saying she was 18. Unreal.
I know. Absolutely unreal. So how time passes. Now she's driving. She's in town tonight with her mates. She's at uni, as you know. So she's just broken up for the first. So her first term's gone well. She's settled in and got mates and stuff, and is constantly asking for money.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
Like, you don't have to get too specific, but does she have a field like she wants to go into, like a major?
Oh yeah, she's studying a degree so she can be a primary school teacher. That's what she wants to be. So,
Good for her.
yeah.
Wow, that's a noble
I wish her well.
endeavor. Good for her.
Seems
Yeah.
like the school
But
system
you know what it means?
going through a grinder right now. So
She can mold so many people
Yeah.
yeah,
over the years in
Yeah.
particular. She could have a grand effect on the future.
and it
Yeah, it's
takes
very
a
true.
very certain type of character to be able to sit down amongst that age and instruct them because it's chaotic.
Yeah.
And it,
Yeah, that deal with the chaos. That's the key too.
Well, here
That's profound chaos.
here in Massachusetts, the public school teachers get, after 30 years, they get a full pension, which is 80% of their pay until the day they pass on. So
Wow.
80%, wow.
80%, yeah. So I know
that's $5 a week, Dance.
Yeah, I know. I know a
Probably.
retired teacher who is getting over $6,000 a month,
Wow.
and then Social Security on top of that. Pretty damn good. Now, teachers do take a hit when they're working. The salary isn't great, but if you take that pension into account, that is really great security, man.
And the holidays. Don't forget the holidays they get as well.
Holidays in summer.
3 months, basically.
Well,
Yeah.
I fear we are beginning to diminish their contribution. And I could, let's see.
It's focused.
That's the internet censoring you, Grandy.
Your focal point
know.
is like 4
That's it.
inches. Yeah, right. Maybe move your face a little closer, and it should pick it up and then focus.
All right,
out.
there you go.
Looks clear to us. Are you having trouble
Say hello to
focusing?
you, buddy.
Oh, come on, man.
Could be a brain
Anyway.
tumor.
You guys carry on.
Okay.
It's all right. I mean, out of focus is no big deal. Don't let it.
I'll come into focus eventually. Ooh.
English Bottle Cap says there was some flooding in Worcestershire. Okay. Is that how you guys say it?
Yeah, I used to live there as a kid for about 4 years, and Worcester City, the race course in particular, the horse race course. Yeah, it's just a floodplain. So every time there's a big downpour, they get flooded. So there's a lot of areas in the UK where it's just acceptable. Probably not to the residents, but they just happen to live in basically floodplain areas. So nothing major.
Like the entire Mississippi Delta here, that's a huge problem.
Yeah. Not only that, but the Missouri and everything else. Got all kinds of rivers.
Up in Vermont, of course, every town was built on a river for the mills to grind grain and whatnot. And could be 50 years, but eventually those rivers spread out over the land.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just, that's what happened last summer, this past summer.
This might be interesting to you, but the Nile River in Africa, which flows north, by the way, which is pretty bizarre.
It always floods, doesn't it?
It had a fantastic floodplain, if you could imagine. And
Fertile ground.
they dammed it all up, and then they lost the marshes and all the other things that happened and flooded it out.
Aswan Dam?
I'm just saying that.
Greco Dam?
Pardon me?
Was it the Aswan Dam, as I remember?
Dude, if you remember that, I applaud you.
I might be confusing pornography with the name of the dam.
I think you put too much emphasis on ass. Would it be a swan, not aswan? Like
Well, it could be a goose.
a swan, right? Yeah.
Anyway, floodplains and marshes are all part of the ocean. And that's what we're dealing with. I see it down here. I saw a bunch of mullet. I got this time of the year we have mullet are starting to run.
Yeah, they don't get haircuts.
Yeah, and you know it's funny. I had to wait for somebody. And I was in a canal, not too far. Well, anyway, it wasn't too far west, but I was watching. There was a school of mullet, and there was one disruptor. He reminded me of you, The Last Dance. He was all scarred up on his body. And it was funny. I had to wait like 20 minutes, and I'm pretty impatient. So they entertained me.
Yeah, we were eating at a restaurant over there on the Gulf side this past summer, and it was on in the Bay side, the Tampa Bay side, and we're just hanging out waiting for our food, and all of a sudden in the water, this dolphin's going nuts. And then he's chasing around mullet, and the mullet are launching out of the air, like 2 to 3 feet. And the dolphin got a few fish, and he kind of just hung around. It was a pretty cool show, man.
I'm glad you saw that, because can you imagine like 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, you're on an inner canal way out there on a bicycle, and it's quiet. You sit down and you got a river in front of you, and that shit's happening everywhere. It's like blowing up all over the place. It's like amazing. That's why I never swim at night. After seeing that, I don't want to go out there.
Totally, man. Yeah, that's the best part about Florida, I think, is anything involving the ocean and the wildlife, the scenery. It's unmatched for sure.
It's happening.
I love it. Yeah,
it's subtropical. This is anything South Florida is the only area in the United States that is subtropical. Not even Hawaii is subtropical. So
Hawaii's tropical.
I'm not sure if you can define that, but I can tell you what we are.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah, that's interesting. It's a cool place. Some people really hate your state because of the politics, and I think
I was here before the politics, buddy.
DeSantis is a very polarizing individual.
You know what? When I used to work, I always sometimes you have bad managers, and I used to tell
amen to that, dude.
Yeah, I used to tell other people, if you wait long enough, they'll be gone. If you're a producer, it doesn't matter about your manager. You know what I mean?
I wish that they were pushed out like that, but I haven't had a good history with them getting kicked out.
Okay. Well, I've seen it happen. So, anyway, I'm a man of patience, though.
Huh?
Yeah, interesting, man. Interesting. Lee, you ever made it over to Florida yourself?
No, not as yet. It's somewhere I'm going to go, though, that's for sure. But yeah, no, I've not visited the United States anywhere. So, but it will be somewhere. It will be somewhere I visit. I've done all of Europe. But
shame on you.
Yeah, I know.
I would recommend late April, early May. Find yourself a house in Florida near the ocean with a pool and a hot tub.
Well, I was thinking, Steve, what I do is come to your hometown and
There
then
you go.
invite myself to be on the pub with you. How's that?
That would be incredible.
I just want you to know, Lee, if you're coming over here to metal detect, you're going to be disappointed.
Why?
Well, because they have all the gold rings and awesome and artifacts from history, and we have bottle caps from 1970s soda cans.
Right.
Do you know, that was like a comedy sketch from my end, because no sooner had I said that, everything went down. It was like Steve just turned me off and went, that's not happening.
Hey,
I didn't hear that.
Lee, are you a
Only at the
metal
weekends.
detectorist?
Oh, that's funny you should.
Do you look for ancient treasures with a metal detector?
You said
It's funny you should. Yeah, it's funny you should say that. I'm not. I have tried it about 3 weeks ago with a friend who is like
No
absolutely addicted to it. I found some bullet cases and I found some buttons.
Oh
he
my
found
God.
he found some Roman coins.
Lee, I've got to tell you, you guys, my best friend, he's my brother-in-law, sort of. He's a metal detectorist. He's like from West Virginia. He met this guy on the beach in Fort Lauderdale. He's from Belgium.
Yeah.
He is, for the last 5 years, this guy's been going back and forth, maybe 2 or 3 times a year to Belgium, maybe a month at a time.
Yeah.
Farmers' fields.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Is he
And
getting a lot of like
dude,
World War I, World War II products?
He's come up with. I used to pick him up at the airport until I turned him onto the train. I said, dude, it's 45 minutes for you. It's like 2 hours for me to pick you up in the car. Hop on the fucking train. Anyway, he did it. But this guy, unfortunately, he's into a lot of the fucking World War II shit too.
That's awesome.
So you got heavy metal, but he has come back with like Roman stuff,
That's
silver, worn out coins. They work the farmers' fields.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
The farmers, especially, you got to go to the right time of the year, like late fall or late winter, spring. Late winter, early spring.
What they tend to wait for as well is when the farmer's just ploughed. That's the best time to go detecting, because it's loosened the top.
Sometimes they'll give the guy something, or they'll give him part of it, or whatever. But
that's cool.
And it's amazing. It
is amazing.
He's completely addicted, like you said. So
my mate is as well. Yeah, he's just like, it's his life actually. It's like he's just become so engrossed in it. It's unreal. But then he'll just turn up and go. He'll give you a coin which could have Augustus on, or Caesar, or whoever.
You know what it comes down to? The obsession. When you're coming back with brass, like one of his friends actually dug up a German bunker that had ordnance inside of it. It was live.
Cool. Oops.
Yeah.
And he was digging through it, looking for shit. And I'm like, I'm like talking to him like, I saw it on his telephone. I'm like, are you kidding me? I would never go. I mean, it was definitely ordnance, and it was intact.
Smacking it around with a shovel, throwing it across the room.
Yeah, digging shit up. looking for somebody's wallet or something like that. I don't know.
Lee, when you said your friend's finding Roman stuff,
yeah,
that is cool, man.
Yeah, and like I said, he's been going on to me for months and months. Please come, and I'm like, right. So we went. And like I said, it was an okay day. I quite enjoyed it, but there are times when he'll come and see me and go, look what I found last week, and it's like, and you're touching it and you're thinking, oh my God, I mean, maybe it's just my mind. Somebody else touched it. Somebody else bought something with this, it's some of it's not just Roman. I mean, even he found an amazing Elizabethan I coin, which was the first edition, because they were struck by hammer, so it's like known as a hammered coin. And that was the condition of it was absolutely amazing. It was like like yesterday. He's actually put it in an auction, so he's waiting for it to be sold.
Excuse me. I want to mention that my friend would always come back with the clasps. Like if you had a cape and
Yes.
you had to hook it on the top, it would be a piece of metal. And it was a clasp, or maybe some sort of way to, instead of buttons, things like that.
There's two things he's found which have gone into museums. One is those. It was called a Tudor dress clip. So when the woman pulled her cloth around her waist, there was a little clasp to pin it into place. It was in such good condition that the museum, he actually donated to them. It's in the London Museum now. Instead of being paid for it, what he decided was that he would give it to them, but they would put his name on it and say that when he found it and who found it. And then the other thing he found, which was from medieval times, they reckon it was about maybe 1500, was an actual spur for the knights when they were on the horses, so they could put their feet into.
Lee? Well, I found a rusty chainsaw wrench.
Yeah. But it's exciting.
Yeah, one of the things that got me into metal detecting, not that I've thought about buying one, but there was a show that might even still be on. Kind of a pointless show because they never found. Sorry, I got an eyelash or something in my mouth.
Yummy.
They never find the thing. It's fucking The Curse of Oak Island. It's a show on, I don't know, Discovery, History, not sure, but
History.
Yeah,
I can't take that show. They've been drilling and drilling, tearing that poor island apart.
I hear you.
And you know what? It never ends. It's on the stove.
I know. I told my buddy about it a couple years ago, and he's like in his 60s, and he was like, I remember a Reader's Digest about that when I was a little kid. They've been searching on that island forever, man.
I know. Me too. I probably read it in Reader's Digest.
Yeah,
Jesus.
It's fascinating, and they do have a metal detector, and he does find some old stuff. And he's British, and I don't know. There's something about it. Like
there's two brothers that are involved in that.
Yep, they own a winery too, and they're rich as all can be. They're loaded from the winery. So
I've been loaded on wine before, but that's different.
Right. Yeah. They are cool guys. They're definitely motivated. It's fun, but yeah, where's the damn treasure?
They're still burying it.
I used to work with guys that said, "Oh, I love that show," and I'm like, "Dude, I'm so sick of it. There's nothing."
I know.
They're like finding fibers from wood that is like 1,000 years old, and I'm like, "Well,
yeah, it's crazy." They're like they think it's down some huge shaft that was like 100 feet deep, and it's just an insane show.
Have you heard of that one?
No, I haven't heard of that one. No.
Yep.
Have you seen the YouTube videos of I think they started off detectoring and then they got into is it called magnet fishing?
I've seen magnet fishing.
And they'll throw it in the and some of the things they pull out are just amazing. Like motorbikes from the 1940s and stuff. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
But that's pretty good.
Guns, pistols, they have to call the police on occasion.
Yeah, that's right.
Because honestly, you know why you would throw a gun in a river? Because it's been used for some nefarious purpose, obviously.
Yeah.
So it's clearly going to be evidence.
You don't think they used it as bait in fishing?
I mean, it's a good question. How long would freshwater in a freshwater river take to remove forensic evidence?
A long time.
Right. So what you really want to do, Smokesteve's idea, you want to cover the gun in gas and put it in a fire to burn everything, obviously unloaded, then throw it into the river and you should be fine. The fire should...
Just drown it in bleach. That'll oxidize everything that can be oxidized.
There you go.
Get in all the crevices, whereas, fire might not get into the various crevices.
Okay.
God.
some people there they've made some money out of it. Going back to detecting, when they found gold coins, whether it's one or sometimes they found like 30, 40, 50 gold coins in one place. The law is here that if you find it, you have to share whatever it's worth with the landowner. I'm sure it's probably the same there. But yeah, there's some people. There was a couple probably
It's not
about
clear here.
6 months ago. It was worth £750,000. The find. Bunch of gold coins that were Roman. Yeah, amazing.
Cool, man. Yeah,
you know what? We've had some experience with all the lost ships because most of the gold that came out of Latin America, like from 1492 and all the way to maybe 1595 or 1600. Came along the coast because when you want to go back to Europe, you want to from Colombia or Cuba, you want to hug the east coast of the United States. You want to cross on the northern part because that's where it's the most narrow.
Yeah,
and that's where all the sunken ships are.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen, the guy who ran that submarine into the ground that killed those people, that billionaire.
Yeah.
He started out doing a lot of that high-end, he's a rich guy who decided he wanted to start looking for treasure under, and then, of course, he got into using submersibles and submarine design, and then...
You know who the guru is?
Business.
The guru is Mel Fisher. Mel Fisher.
I don't know him from Adam, but go ahead.
Well, he found the Etosha. The Etosha was today would be like $2 billion.
Sure.
In gold. And he had to fight it out. Now that's what's happening as far as the lawyers are getting involved. So anybody who's a treasure hunter, you better look out because nothing's safe. Even the metal guys, the government wants their piece.
Well, don't tell anybody.
On a similar subject, talking about Roman times, was there anything on your news about the sycamore tree at Hadrian's Wall? Was that reported in America?
Nope.
No.
Negative. No, I don't remember seeing that.
That's interesting because it was like national news here, and they were making out that people around the world were so saddened because do you know Hadrian's Wall, first of all?
Yes, of course. It's a wonderful relic.
Right. Okay. So there's a part of the Hadrian's Wall where it dips into a very small little valley, if I can call it that. And at the bottom where the wall is, there's a sycamore tree that's been growing for over 100 odd years or more. Very significant from the point of view that apparently is the most photographed tree in the world because tourists go there. It is quite picturesque. Well, about 4 or 5 weeks. Oh, probably about realistically 60 feet, maybe. So,
nice.
Well, maybe 50. Yeah, a lot of shade. Yeah, and I've got to admit that all the pictures that they were showing you, whether it's a starry night or meteors going by, you get the picture, or a sunny day and it's in full leaf and this, that, and the other. Anyway, some 16-year-old thought it would be a good idea for a laugh, to go off and cut it down. Yeah, fucking idiot.
I did that.
So, yeah.
Cut the whole tree down?
He cut the fucking whole tree down, with a chainsaw. Yeah,
that was about a week ago or something, right?
Well, about 4 or 5 weeks ago. So, holy hell! Why would you do that? Now there has been some 50-year-old guy implemented as well. I think he's been arrested. But yeah, I must admit, all right, it's a tree, but I thought, that's a pretty sad thing to do.
What is the repercussion?
They'll be arrested and obviously they'll be fined as well. I don't think they'll do prison time for it, but they will have a hefty fine, which will be coming out.
What about the 16-year-old? How does that work there?
Now, is he classed as an adult? No, he's not, because he's not 18. So he'll certainly still have a record. He might go to some young offenders institute. So I'm not sure. So, but I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, too right.
Might I offer an alternate narrative? And perhaps, anyway, thank you for
I
the
did see
time.
that too, cup of tea. Sorry, yeah, I did see that too.
Cup
I
of tea
didn't
is
see
like,
that. That is
Irreparable damage.
Jesus.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm
Now the
thinking
Mongolians
that-
can come straight
that
through.
possibly, these people are actually heroes. And
Go.
and 100-year-old tree for the Hadrian Wall is like me popping pimples when I was 14.
Yeah, true. It might have been older. I'm not
So-
sure. I mean, I just said 100 years. It might be older, but
Well, even if it
But
was 200 years old, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
The
Yeah, very
wall is
true.
more important.
yeah,
What you're
very
supposed
true.
to do is
In
like
my mind,
America.
anyway.
You're supposed to cut it up in little pieces and sell it on eBay. That's what you're supposed to do. I think it was a Liberty tree or something.
We had a
Hadrian
tree,
tree. We'll call it the Hadrian tree.
we had a tree here in Maryland that I saw called the
I mean,
Fly Oak.
I'm just saying, because I don't know anything about this, it's all a potential alternate narrative.
I was born and raised in Maryland, Dance, Ellicott City, Maryland,
Like Baltimore?
west of Baltimore. Or sorry, I grew up about southwest of Baltimore by about an hour, and then I moved a bit northwest of Baltimore to Eldersburg, which is like literally a 45 minutes drive west of the belt. I didn't like Baltimore though. I hated Baltimore.
So are you you're in the foothills of the Appalachians?
Yeah, now we're in the
Yeah, yeah.
foothills. I love it down here. I just enjoy the people more and everything. They're just more like they'll shoot you if you screw around on their property, but at the same time they give you more respect. So I'm cool with that.
I've heard you could get shot in Baltimore too.
Hell yeah, dude.
Right here you go.
Yeah.
A little bit of famous skateboarder Danny Way jumping over the Great Wall of China. I believe he does it.
Well,
360.
dude, Hadrian Wall is one thing, Great Wall is another. Although, I think you can both see him from the space station.
Did he die doing this?
It's a benchmark event for skateboarding. You know, I'd never seen skateboarding brought to that kind of level before. I mean, I realized the size and the depth and scope of such a,
shit.
you know.
Whoa!
I mean, it's true.
Oh, yeah, baby. Give it to me.
Down, like,
That's
I'm,
fucking crazy.
you know,
dude.
watching
I mean,
people
at the
skate or
same
fucking
time,
off.
it's
Like,
just
anybody
like-
comes
It's
to Great
fucking
Wall,
awesome,
fucking
man.
China,
It's just staying still and not falling off your board, right? All the physics are worked into the ramp.
Well, everything was figured out in that instance.
Right.
So,
Well, yeah, he grabs, I think that's called method, like behind his front foot. And yeah,
so
really
So-
awesome.
So, you know, I got a question for you about Maryland, man, because I'm sort of interested about that part of the country. And I'm a debriefer. I used to have clients that were World War II veterans, and they would be my, you know, I had to work with people, but I always debrief people because I'm curious,
Mhm.
and curious about what I know another guy from Maryland, but and I know people from West Virginia, and I know people from Virginia, Hagerstown, Pennsylvania, or Hagerstown is in what West?
I thought it was
Anyway.
Hagerstown, Maryland.
Yeah, Hagerstown, Maryland. I've been there. I went into the airport one day, and that's northern. So where are you from there?
Towards
Northern,
Hagerstown, I have to look that up
near
on a
the
map.
border.
If I traveled north an hour, I would reach Pennsylvania.
Okay.
I enjoyed the land to the west and to the east of me in Maryland, but I lived in like it was all houses. It was basically a large suburban landscape from one spot to the next. So I don't know. I just didn't fit well in that setting. I enjoy the open spaces, I guess.
Is this a prolonged experience in that environment?
Oh yeah, what was it? 25 years?
Mm.
and then you go to the outback and you see like nothing forever in every direction, and then you come back to America and you're like, let's see what else we can do here.
So you went to Australia?
Yeah, I went to college in Australia for outdoor recreation, which was rock climbing, backpacking, and whitewater kayaking.
Awesome.
And then, of course, I did that for 1 year of work, and then I did landscaping and biotech. I don't know how many people actually take their college degrees these days and use them. It seems to be pretty small. A lot of people I know don't do it.
You're absolutely right. I never did. I just got the degree and never used it properly. But that's interesting about Australia because I have a fascinating. I actually had a beautiful girl, a Sheila, from Australia as a girlfriend.
Women over there are extremely beautiful.
But
yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
And,
here we go. Cup of Tea says Evil Knievel was better than Danny Way. Let's watch old Evil.
He made that jump. It just
thank you,
seemed like
Cup of Tea.
eternity. He was in the air.
Here we go. Oh, God. Oh, no. Evil.
Oh,
scary thing is I
Jesus.
saw that happen.
That's like, that impact there
Body
was
was
probably
bouncing and the
80
motorcycle
bones.
was falling over him.
Watching him
The guy-
like that and crossing
The guy
up
was a man of
flying
steel.
over like a rag doll.
He landed
Yeah.
extremely well, though. Like, he rolled into that.
Evil
It
was
could've-
raced
Yeah,
very
he
different.
did. Actually, that was good. Right.
And we saw the
Oh,
ambulance.
I
come
love those ambulances, man.
Yeah.
I used to see those fucking ambulances.
It looked like a hearse, man, with the light on top.
Yeah,
It's
that's what they did.
Same thing.
Yeah, like, hey, you didn't make it. Let's just head to the morgue.
Paint it black, paint it white. Which do you want?
Like,
I was of a generation where I actually had that in Evil Knievel, where you used to wind it up as fast as you could, and then it would fly off the little box and go whizzing off, and we'd set up little ramps and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking ace.
you still had that.
No,
probably
it's
for quite a
funny
few
you say that because like the TikTok rage is the kids that grew up in the 70s or the 80s, and I'm like,
I've seen
what
this.
about the kids that grew up in the 60s, man?
But I've seen this. There's people making videos with that old Knievel thing now. And
Really?
they're using
Really?
iPhones to make it in slow motion, and the thing is like majestic. It's jumping like 7-8 feet maybe, but because of the size, it looks like it's jumping 100 feet. It's cool.
Brilliant. I'll have to look them up. That's cool.
It's amazing the technology built into a cheap smartphone these days for the cameras. How you can literally like take a video of a hummingbird and just like slow it down to like the flapping of the wings. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It is cool.
Or a golf swing. I filmed my nephew a couple of
The
years ago.
Unabomber warned us about this kind of potential.
Well, dude, I'm telling you, his golf swing, I showed him how he was, when he was young, he was bending his arms a lot. And then I tried to show him, like, keep your arms straight like a pro golfer. That left arm being straight. It's like some baseball players swing a bat like that. That straight arm transfers the energy into the straight shaft of the club and also a bat.
Wow.
And I'm like showing him in slow motion. He's like, wow, yeah. Like in the old days, guys are setting up fucking VHS cameras, trying to film each other. Now I'm doing it with the little phone, and the quality is, it's incredible.
One day you'll have to hand that hat down to him. He'll have earned it.
He could smoke me now. Like he's been playing golf for 2 years, and he hits in like the high 70s, dude. It's incredible.
Oh, screw him then. Nah, whatever.
Oh, to be a teenager, right? Who's gifted physically, he's that kid. He can fucking do anything. He's awesome.
I used to love when you'd watch
Steve,
Tiger
you got to drive him.
bring his club out and just be like playing with the ball on the end of the stick, bouncing it. I was like, that's some hand coordination right there.
All I got to tell you, anyway, I'm not going to tell you.
Go ahead, dude.
I was just going to say that for my world, it's like a conduit to you guys. I grew up where I used to ride my bike to school, and I knew the dogs that were going to chase me, and sometimes I had to kick them, sometimes I didn't, and they let me anyway. We were all buddies, and I had to.
You had an understanding.
Like 2 or 5 miles, and it's funny because I grew up with.
Did it
I had
ever
to
occur?
walk 10 miles to the snow.
Did it ever occur to you to take a different route?
No, it was the one way. It was my route.
There's only one
Those
way. And it
dogs
was
were
uphill
not in
both ways.
control of me. I was in control of them.
Okay.
Anyway, it was just life's a wonderful thing, and I am absolutely so happy that I grew up in the time that I did. And,
Here.
a lot
I
of
agree with
people
that.
I know-
I agree with that.
and a lot of people I know are going to be disappointed when I say this. I have no regrets.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, McGrandy. I'm in total agreement with you there. But I think that's probably an opinion every generation has, that they're like, I'm so glad I grew up when I did.
I don't know. I don't know, Lee. I think that the generation that grew up in the COVID pandemic is going to have a little bit of a different outlook, probably, because they got robbed.
Yeah, that's true. That's
No,
true.
not really. They're going to have a benchmark. They're going to have something. Dude, there's always a catastrophe.
I'm just saying they weren't allowed to go and run around outside. Like, there was a good 3 years of their life during that period of time where they were just like robbed of outside.
Well,
even though they can unite and say, yeah, we all went through it together, I agree there, but I still feel bad for them.
Smoking, I got to get out of here. I'll be back.
Yeah. Speaking of that, like, I happen to be just, rapping with the lady earlier, and we were like talking like.
Oh, I thought that meant sex.
No, just talking. And, like, people talk about like what you need to be prepared for, what could happen, like, say, food or water or whatever. And I brought up the point, I was like, I don't think we're talking about wars and things of that nature. What if the mortality rate for COVID was 25%? What if all of a sudden food couldn't get delivered because of a pandemic? What if it wasn't whatever it was? What less than 1%, I don't even really know. But like, that's the sort of thing that worries me, they were so willing to shut things down for something that was, I'm not going to say not serious. It was serious, and a lot of people did die. But theoretically,
a little overboard.
And theoretically, there's things out there that, dude, have 20+% more types of hemorrhagic fever that have scary high mortality rates, that actually could really stop the world from not existing, but from surviving, I guess is what I mean, where we'll put it back into your own hands.
Well,
I don't know.
When you were talking about like the logistics, when the trucks stop rolling, they've been playing with the idea with the cyber pandemic. If the trucks stop rolling for a week, I don't even know how many days it would take before the people would start to run chaos to survive. I would hope that society would hold out for a couple weeks, but I don't know. They would have to have some type of hope that it's going to be reestablished.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's an apocalyptic theory, but that's a scenario where all of a sudden food's not on the shelves and there's a lot of people in cities, and that could be ugly.
Well, I mean, it's not like we all grow our own food. We rely on these networks for food.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I grew a couple of probably maybe 30 pounds of food this year, and I did pickle some, but it ain't like I could survive off pickles. That would last too long. You know what I'm saying? Like,
ugh.
I read a scary article that said that we're only 3 meals away from rioting and pillaging and everything else. So if you go a whole day without your breakfast, dinner, and evening meal, by the second day, you're out hunting for food, apparently. So how true the article is and what statistics they had, I don't know, but it does kind of make sense. If you've got no food whatsoever and a whole day's gone by, you're going to start feeling hungry, aren't you?
I mean, but each of us here, how many days can you go before you're out of calories? We are very well established here. I think I have a year.
That's awesome. Hell, 1 year.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I think I've got about 2 days, and I'd be searching in the back of the cupboard for.
Yeah, but you gotta. Lee, are you counting like flour, bread flour, and all that stuff you use to make? We're talking calories.
I guess. I guess I'm not counting that. Yeah, that's true.
I'm just kidding.
I keep pancake mix and sugar and
Calories.
And
trying to
lemons.
keep a lot of
Lemonade.
eggs.
Unneeded relatives.
And lemons.
No, but seriously, how many
Lemons
days
too,
do you
man.
guys
I'm
have?
a lemon man, definitely.
Probably
So let me
Couple
just put
weeks.
that into perspective. RW, that means you have millions of calories, assuming you're talking about 1,000 calories per person per day is
Right.
plenty to survive on in a family. So a family of 3 like us here, that would be 3,000 calories a day. 3,000 times 365 days a year would be somewhere in the vicinity of 1 million and about 100,000 calories. That's a ton of calories to have
Right.
on storage.
We don't have it on storage. We have bug out, like those Drone Tech's new Patriot Supply buckets.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people here. We've got 8 people, but I have a year's supply for one person. That's gonna last what, a month or
Well,
two?
Exactly.
I say buy pork, boil it down.
Right, and then
Render
there's all
that
the
fat.
land and hunting and food outside and wild edibles and stuff like that. So
Well,
we have
we're not hunters,
acreage on our
so
side.
we're gonna have to buy it from Publix, I guess.
I had a bunch of deer around the house lately, so I could definitely smoke one of those bad boys.
Right.
I mean, kill in any smoke
Right.
is a kill, not
I mean, think about it.
With
You
what,
think
Steve?
you have a
Your
lot of deer,
PPK?
but nobody has food.
You're
Everybody's
gonna run out there
going
with your
after those
PPK
deer.
and take out
They're
the
gonna
That's right. That's
Man,
right.
kill Bambi.
Last Dance, do you keep a stash of canned goods, pasta, shit like that? I mean, I know you probably do anyways, but
I mean, I have some, but I don't keep a an emergency supply.
I
right.
got dried out cheese tortellini, man.
That'll do it.
Would you guys say you have a week, or would you say you have a month?
No, I don't have that.
Okay.
But I got mullet, man. I got mullet.
Do you know what? Do you know what? The food doesn't.
I'm on the canal. I can get the fresh shit.
The food doesn't concern me. It's the ability to protect myself, to guard my food is more important.
Ah,
Because
absolutely
it's not
right,
you can have all the food in the world, but if you can't protect it, they're going to come and get it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I understand you there also.
Very
I'm in a
true.
good situation there also.
Good.
That's very true. That's very
But
true.
at the same time, do you really want to take a life?
Well,
That's
this is
a-
it. What you're going to do in your apocalyptic world is somebody's
in your
breaking into your
apocalyptic-
house.
In your
that's it.
apocalyptic world, you have anticipated this week, and you
Yes.
have set out caches of supplies throughout your domain for
Right.
egress. You know, when you got to retreat, like you're gonna have to leave the house eventually because any fixed target is you can't defend a fixed target unless you have a lot of firepower. So you're gonna have to leave. So
I chose the wild edibles as a choice too, because when the hedges and the grass and everything on the property is actually edible now, the people that are going to be coming up are most likely going to be looking at the pantry, and when the pantry's like got fuck all in it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely. I could shoot a seal. I could easily get a seal. I have
RW, I would
seal meat
suggest,
for a good couple of months.
Yeah.
RW,
Yeah,
I
but
would
more importantly, Steve, irrespective of the seal, there's 5 guys casing your joint, and one of them gets in. Are you going to shoot them?
Hell
Beat 'em
yeah!
with the steel, dude.
Well,
Not
then you don't
only
need
will
to
I
see it.
shoot them, I'll cut
Yeah.
away tasty pieces of meat
I was
from
just going
their
to say,
bodies
you don't need to
and
see
put them in the back of the fridge just in case.
No, we have had that. We have had that internal argument myself. I am never gonna shoot anybody for stealing my TV, but I
Then
might.
you-
I
you're not-
might beat the shit out of them
I
and
wouldn't
do
announce
something
that.
else. You know what I mean? I'm not
Yeah.
gonna shoot them and
beat them to death. Then that's fine too.
No, I'm not.
More calories.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to lose the calories, RW. That's what it comes down to. We got to
What-
think
what was
about
your
it.
Can't
advice?
eat the TV, can't eat the thief.
What was your advice?
I
I don't know. I think it's easier said than done. I get you though. Yeah, your family's in danger.
No,
Okay, let me throw this curveball at you then. Right? There's a few people looking around the house. They're not sure if anybody's in. All the shutters are down. Blah blah blah. Somebody comes into the house. You're there with your armed pistol or rifle or whatever, and as you broach, looking over the banister of your stairs, there you see a 14-year-old boy. Are you going to kill him?
No,
Fuck yes.
not me.
Hell
Who
yeah.
said that? Steve
Dude.
said that?
A 14-year-old boy could kill my family.
He's
as
hungry.
quickly
He's
as
not
a
armed. He's not
20-year-old
armed.
boy.
He's
Yeah.
not armed. He's not armed. He's hungry.
not
He's
armed.
starving.
He's starving. Okay.
Yeah.
Does he have a bite on his neck? Now let's get real.
Well-
No, I'm kidding.
No, I mean, if that's your narrative, he's not here to harm me. I'm going to
Wait.
point the gun at him and give him a chance to leave. Then
Okay.
if he doesn't and like starts, like not leaving, then
It's all threat assessment.
Just remember, in
Yeah.
your double barrel, the right barrel is rock salt.
that's like cops can't even remember that the bright yellow thing is the taser and the dark thing
Oh,
is the
God.
gun, and they mix those two things up. You're
I
telling me
know. I'm
remembering
just giving you shit,
barrels?
Steve. I
Let
would
me press your conscience even more. It's an 8-year-old girl.
Well, no,
Please,
of course
sir,
not.
can I have some food? Please, sir, can I have some food?
no,
Wow,
no,
I saw
would-
that
I would-
movie.
I'd
I
send
think that was what was that? That was British classic. May I have some more?
Oliver
Yeah.
Twist.
Oliver Twist.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, to your question, the problem is as a father figure and a provider figure, like you want to help and provide, but how many little 8-year-old girls are going to all of a sudden be under my watch?
Well,
No,
as many as you can fucking handle. That's
I
my
don't know.
theory.
How many that is.
I'm a real fucking dude. Lee,
now.
Lee, you're an anti-immigrant guy. And you're killing me right now because you're pulling on my fucking strings.
Well, I'm sort of
And
right now.
I know where you stand on this, and I'm not gonna
Right
go
now,
into detail
right-
about
Hey, Brandy,
immigration policy in the UK, but
we can get into that.
I want to know where you're going with this, Lee. Go ahead.
No, I'm just, it just depends on the circumstances, doesn't it? I guess. So if there's some little girl
You know what
wandering
you're
around my
talking about?
garden and she's on her
You're
own
talking
and
about
she's
humanity. You're talking
Yeah.
about humanity.
I want to hear Steve.
So, yeah, like, McGrandy, I have issues with our current immigration policy.
Okay.
And I think everybody here does. It's fucked up. Like my state here, for example, Massachusetts, has 6,500 beds or something like that for unhoused families. And we've been able to maintain this, the residents of this state and connect them with social workers and get those families back into jobs and back into apartments from the state housing system since it was created. And we haven't even come close to capacity. Okay? Taking care of the residents of our state who are also citizens. Some of them might not be citizens of the United States, but they're residents of Massachusetts. I'm not going to argue about their citizenship, but they're here already. Now we have a ton of new refugees, migrants, whatever they're called,
Insurgents.
are now being passed to Massachusetts, passed to I think every state, or did we have to willingly accept them? I guess we did, because some states aren't accepting them, and now they're saying by the end of the year, and it's 10/21. That they're going to have no more beds available for anybody, any families who need shelter in this state because of this. That's a fucking problem. And they cannot do anything about it. They have 6,500 and it costs billions of dollars a year to provide this. So what's the thing, McGran? Like we just make our state shed a ton of money for these people who are foreigners?
Well, we're all in America, and I live in a immigrant-rich state. I
don't have anything.
I have personal experience many of these immigration issues. I mean, from Marielitos with criminals and the cocaine cowboys, the real instances of danger from immigrants. I've experienced them, and all I gotta tell you is, yeah, it's America, man. And you know what? Thank God they're in Massachusetts, because it's a liberal state. You are reasonable people, and you are asking questions right now that are reasonable questions. And I'm telling you that you just got to relax, because everything
Well,
is a process.
Well, here's the thing, McGrand. Okay, so like, an immigrant who comes here, say from South America, right? Like, and does a proper immigration into the United States, and doesn't come here with the clothes on. Now, there's a difference. So some of them come here with skills and money, and nobody says fuck all about them, because they can come here and assimilate right into life.
That's true.
And afford an apartment.
Yeah.
Maybe they're
Oh yeah. Can I clarify that for you?
Now, what
Because
I'm talking
I've
about
been
is the
through
ones
this.
who are coming
If you
in.
have $250,000 and you can open a business and you can hire Americans, you can get a special visa, especially from Venezuela. People trying to get out. All right. So
The problem is, these people who are coming here have nothing, dude, and they're coming here for what they perceive as us giving to them, because they don't have fuck all from where they come from.
No.
It's not just the perception, Steve. That's exactly what that is.
No, it's not. I got to give you the long look here, okay? They're coming here for the same reason your ancestors came here, okay? It's the long look, all right? It's better than everywhere else in the world. And guess what? They're not irresponsible. They've passed the tests. They're legal. They're trying to make a life. And guess what? They are going to make a life, because that is the fucking song of America, man.
Well, here, let me relate real quickly, because I'm part of this demographic. So my wife is Australian, and my boys were both born in Australia, so they're Australian citizens. On the 31st of October, my youngest son will finally receive his citizenship. So I'm going down to the embassy. We went through the process. We paid all the money. We did all the bullshit. And we are part of the demographic that came here with a skill set, because we believe that this country, based on my growing up experience here and the two countries and where we saw they were heading, we decided to come to the United States of America because we saw in the long run it was a healthier choice.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, I got to tell you, RW, my experiences, I've actually, I don't know if I want to hear this, but let me just,
McGrand, let's finish RW finish his statement and then respond accordingly.
I mean, that basically is my statement. We went through the bullshit of the legal route, and it is expensive and it's bullshit.
Thousands.
But I am frustrated that it's allowed to be done illegally, because I'm jealous.
Right.
I got nothing when I did it the legal way. I'm out money. So I see it as an injustice, and I understand that these people want a better life, but I don't think it's being done correctly.
All right.
I agree. So are you telling me that's happening on Halloween, RW?
Yeah, we don't celebrate Halloween, but I will be celebrating citizenship.
There you go.
There you go. That's an awesome experience, by the way.
Good
I've
man.
Actually been through that.
They give us a American flag made in China when we signed the paperwork. I just thought you guys might appreciate that.
Dude, when you go into the swearing in ceremony, you got to watch out in the parking lot. Because when you leave, you got a bunch of crazy foreigners leaving. They're all excited that they're American citizens. It happened to me in Miami.
My boys aren't 18. They don't have to do that.
I'm talking about you. You're going to be driving them, aren't you?
I'll be driving them down there, yeah, and back.
All right. So watch out in the parking lot.
Problem.
That's all I'm saying. Jesus.
It's very low key. It's in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it was very quiet in and out. I hope that it's the same again for the second child.
Okay, so your first one did it already.
Yeah, that was
the boy. Yeah, okay, cool.
Good for you.
Man. That's good. That's smart. Good. I mean, I know you think the country has problems, but it is a good country.
Fuck yeah, man! This is
Yes,
the best place
I
on the
hope that we
planet.
can hold on to that aspect of this country.
Mhm.
I'm watching it melt away. Maybe
But
I'm wrong,
no,
but
I don't know. I don't think Australia's that bad, is it?
it's a beautiful country, and it's got a lot of resources, and the citizens are well taken care of because of all the stuff they're exporting, all the coal.
Yeah.
But the government is really moving into a dictator style, top down enforcing, and that really reared its face during the COVID pandemic. The coercion tactics and the lockdown tactics that happened there, we decided to get the hell out. We didn't know
And
where it was going to go.
You ain't gonna get to have your little 9 over there, your 9mm.
Yeah, it would be hard enough even to get a 22 rifle.
Like maybe a 22 like
Mm.
breech loader or some single shot, who knows what. But yeah,
If we had a farm and we could justify that we had to call off animals, we would be able to get a rifle. But you can't even have like crossbows and stuff. It's absolutely different. Absolutely
crazy, dude.
RW, I wanted to say this before.
Boomerang.
And all right.
Go ahead.
I've known him maybe 30 years ago. I've known. In fact, one of my teachers moved to Australia, and they all came back. And one of my teachers, she talked about it, and for an American to go to Australia, it was like, first of all, you're not Australian, you're American.
Right.
They treat you different.
You're a Yankee.
And yeah, and I later on in life, I knew a guy who was elevator mechanic. He worked for Otis, and his wife was a nurse, and they moved to Australia. Right? That's perfect, right? Australia wants nurses and elevator mechanics.
Well, I know they want nurses.
They were back within 2 or 3 years, and it's like something. I don't know what the answer is, but everybody came back.
Well, I mean, family is a major part of it. I'm very family oriented, and when I had 2 children and a wife, and we're on our own,
Yeah.
I don't care if we were financially stable. We were mentally unstable.
You mean
because
you
of the
mean
load.
your extended family? You like to have your whatever parents, brothers, cousins.
Right. So, like
all
right
that.
now, we live on a property where I live with my parents and my grandparents on both sides. We're a
got you.
commune setup where we all work together, and it's a team.
Nice.
That aspect of life is way better than being by yourself in the rat race,
Especially with kids.
especially with kids, because all of
Yeah.
a sudden you have people you can trust.
Yeah. Multiple layers.
Yeah.
It's good for the children too.
I
So-
wish society was stronger on that front.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
Maybe
maybe it's an American thing, because I know plenty of people from the UK that have moved. Well, not loads, but quite a few that have moved to Australia, and think it was the best thing they've ever done, and is still there. But I just wonder whether there's a connection there, that obviously an ex-British colony, and do you know what I mean? So there's family and stuff like that. So
Oh, that, and maybe it's closer to the laws and ideologies of the UK than the US.
Well,
Even though on the
Commonwealth.
surface you look at it, you're like, wow, it's like cowboy country over there, Crocodile Dundee. No, it ain't like that at all.
Not in the
it's
cities.
more like the UK,
I think I would suggest that RW would never have gone to Australia if it was not for his love. And
That's not true.
okay.
I went over there because my grandmother gave me the opportunity to go to college, and I didn't want to go to college for a dumbass reason. And I decided to go to Australia,
Awesome.
and it was beautiful, and it's beautiful, and the women are beautiful, and
Yeah.
I recommend it to everybody. But I'm just worried because when you see how fast that government can turn on you, it's an eye opener.
Sure.
It takes the beauty away from nature.
Well, yeah, somewhat. I mean, the nature are always, I think, because the nature's going to be there long after we're gone. So, but yeah, it can detract from your enjoyment thereof, I guess,
Yeah, I don't like being paranoid.
Right. You're like, wow, this is a great place.
Yeah, exactly.
Wire out of my headphones. That was funny.
But if you ever get the chance to go there, I mean, like I said, it's very beautiful. When you see the beaches of Queensland, you mean it makes like the Gulf of Mexico look like garbage, and that's a statement.
Yeah,
So
Gulf
I
of
don't know.
Mexico is gorgeous.
right,
That's going to be pretty cold.
I've seen some of the guys. I follow a guy who's a fisherman over there, and he goes to these remote places. Although then he's always mentioning like there could always be like saltwater crocodiles.
you get far enough north, you got to deal with that. That's why we stopped in Rockhampton area, because that's the farthest they can come down.
Okay.
Yeah, isn't the north of Australia, the north coast of Australia, the actual north coast is completely untouched because it's just completely rocky and unlivable. It's like never been touched.
That's the Great Barrier Reef is on the north side.
No, that's not true. The Great
That's
Barrier
on the
Reef
south
is
side.
east of Queensland. It's in the Queensland area, the Whitsundays, but the Darwin is in the north, and it's so humid, and it's like you're living in a tropical rainforest with mosquitoes.
How funny! You think? Look at where Australia is on the world map. That's amazing. So you're in Maryland now, and you're comfortable. So
I'm in North Carolina now.
I'm sorry, North Carolina, even better. You're comfortable. And
I like winters that are very mild, right? I wish I was in Florida though. Your weather is much more on my.
no, dude, no, don't say that. Don't say that.
I would rather be humid and hot than cold.
Well,
You know
right
what?
now down
I
there,
always said that.
it's
I
the
always said
golden
that.
time.
It's a lot easier to get cool off than to get hot, than to warm up.
I'd say the other way. I'd say it's the other way around. It's a lot easier to get warm than it is to get cold.
Down
You can
in
always
the
throw
Gulf-
clothes on, but you can only get so naked
Oh, that's true.
unless you're Steve.
No, you just jump in the water, dude.
Well, okay, there you go. If you have the water, yeah.
Right. I mean, in Florida, like right now, I think and in the spring is the golden time of year. Pure gold, baby.
Got to tell you to document this. This particular summer has been the most horrendous experience of my lifetime.
Why?
Because it has been so brutal. It has been a record breaker. It has
For heat?
Yeah, crushed everything. Crushed it. It's just been like brutal. Thank God I'm up like 10 floors, you know? And I'm near the ocean, so I can get some ocean breeze.
We had opposite up here, man. We had a ton of rain this summer. Ton. And not much hot. Some warm days, but it was, I don't know, El Nino. That's what everyone keeps fucking saying. El Nino.
No, what about that little...
We're going to get some snow.
That little dicey hurricane that came up.
I think
Oh, yeah, what was that? You Florida got wrecked down there through the Panhandle. I know that.
No, not us. That was last year.
No, this year. I was watching it on the Storm Chasers.
No,
this was
this
the one.
year.
No, this is the one you're talking about, McGrandy. It started in the Panhandle, cut across Georgia, back out to sea, then came up to Massachusetts.
Yeah, that was not last year. That was like 2 months ago, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe like 3
Tropical
months.
storm. Well, got a name, and then everybody forgot about it. And then it went into like Nova Scotia, hit you guys.
It was nothing.
Back in a sec, just getting a drink. Back in a sec.
Yeah, sure. It was like nothing here. I mean, frankly, I'm fine with that. We have a lot of maples and an oak tree near the house, so I'm not psyched for strong wind. But if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. So
I feel bad for your gutters, maple trees near your house.
yeah, I'm a ladder guy, so I do all of that stuff.
Oh, fuck.
It's no problem.
You guys live in
Got that gutter
paradise,
hand?
man.
It's like looks like that.
Yeah. I mean, I have the thick blue like chemical gloves that go up to here. You pull all the shit out, and then you put it in your bucket, and there's like these massive black spiders that live up there that I don't.
I thought you're supposed to drop that off the ladder on your apprentice.
Nope. You have a 5-gallon bucket. You take like nice stiff wire. You coil it around the handle to the bucket, then you coil it around the ladder rung. So you take everything out, drop it in the bucket, do your sections, move along efficiently.
That's too efficient, Steve. Come
left
on.
to right, toss the shit in the fucking drainage gully, and you're done. Be done
Fucking
in
beautiful, man.
45
It's beautiful.
minutes, you know?
I'll tell you one
5-gallon
thing.
buckets, right?
Yeah, the stupid Homer buckets from Home Depot.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
things are
damn
great.
right, damn
I'll
right.
tell you. I
Paint buckets, man. Those fuckers. I always said you want it. That is the greatest survival tool. Is 2 5-gallon buckets.
You're right.
when you guys have fall where you guys live, do you have to rake a lot of leaves? Because I thought where we moved now is going to be bad, but the wind blows it all away here. Whereas in Maryland, we had to rake for a week.
Well,
Yeah, I'm good for about 3 pickup trucks full to the dump every year.
Okay.
I
now,
just
what you guys should do is
I
take
have
those
late blowers
leaves.
though.
What you should do is take those leaves, get some chicken wire, build yourself a cone, throw those fucking leaves in there, and make some mulch.
Yeah, we
Next
compost
year-
here for sure, but it's just I hate that task. It's one of those tasks
And
I hate.
I know you gotta get over that, RW. You got
I'm never gonna get over hating leaves, man.
Do you have a
No,
leaf
no.
blower, RW?
I don't know if we have one of those here.
Well, I mean, I got 2. I have one that
Oh
runs on
my
a,
God, Steve, I hate you, man.
I've got one
Because-
that runs on a giant battery, which works for about 15 minutes at a time. I use that for quick touch-ups around the doorway and on the deck.
We have the
Can't
one
take
that
it,
has
dude.
2 wheels, and you push it, and it's a big ass fan that blows to the right.
Oh
Those
my
are awesome.
God, you
Those
guys
are
are
awesome.
burning.
Those are gas op, which is fine. You just have to stay on top of not leaving gas in the tank, burning it dry out every time. Make sure the
Dude,
oil.
winterizing here on the ranch is a big task. I hear you.
Well, yeah, I know. That's why I've streamlined it down. Like now, I use
Beautiful,
in my brush hog and my string trimmer, but I have a metal blade on it. Is I use that ethanol-free gas. That stuff will last a year. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, dude, my dad's all about that stuff. I can't afford it, but he can.
For small hand tools with little motor stuff, you know, a gallon will last you a month or 2. That's why I like it. If you're, maybe if you're using the things all the time, then hell, fucking use the regular gas and just run it dry, burn it out.
Yeah, but yeah, I hear you. It's too bad that people don't know that ethanol's ripping apart their engines. You know,
Yeah.
like it's just like oh, it's cheap or sweet. You
I
guys
had
know what these are?
It looks like a chocolate covered espresso
No.
bean.
It's a nut.
Oh, it's a chestnut.
Chestnut,
It's
yeah.
an unauthorized.
We have
sample
3
from
trees
the
here and
recent-
sold $300 worth of them, $5 a pound.
No kidding, huh?
I've never had them before, but they're pretty delicious.
You roast them?
I just eat them raw. They're like sweet and creamy.
What are they?
I kick those things on my afternoon walks at work. Trees just dumping hundreds of them all over the sidewalks. Nobody picks them up.
Wow.
What are they?
Chestnuts.
Chestnut.
Oh my God, are you kidding?
Yeah, they have the little spikes on the ball, right?
Wait,
That's
wait.
the outer husk,
It's
yeah.
weird
Yeah.
because I've been through the chestnut thing for Christmas. So we're not at Christmas yet. So you have a sample of an item that has fallen off the tree that is not fully developed. Can I see it again? Can
No,
It is
yeah.
fully developed.
Yeah,
You're
these-
right, McGrandy. I guess they must have saved their chestnuts for Christmas.
Ah,
In North
okay,
Carolina,
it is.
drop for the month of
Thank you.
October. So October is the harvest season here.
Here
Oh, really?
Too,
Okay.
Here too. Same month.
Well, for greenhorn down here, that was illuminated.
I was just surprised that people pay for them because they're literally all over the place, and no one picks them up.
That's right.
Well, I can suggest you got a second job there, buddy.
I enjoyed it. It was like bartering. I bartered with my neighbor for Concord grapes. I loved it. I love bartering.
Conquer
Have you
grapes. Could make
have you-
some nice
yeah, do you-
gooch out of that.
do you play a tradition back in going back to my grandy's 70s and 80s? Do you play conkers in America?
I don't even know what it is.
Is that like
Right,
billiard?
so you know the chestnut tree produces like it's got like a nut, almost like a nut in it, a brown. It's got a spiky outside, and you peel that open, and you've got like a big sort of
you
brown
see-
nut inside.
Lee, can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can. Is that a chestnut? Is that a
Yes.
chestnut tree? Yeah.
All right,
Right,
The
so-
Hand back.
algorithm's
There you
moving.
go. Yeah.
Now I
Hold
can
in
see
front
it.
of your
Right.
face. Yeah.
Right. Well, this is the tradition in the UK. What you do, right, and it becomes quite complicated in a way because you have conquer championships. So what you do is you put a hole down through the middle, you put a piece of string through and tie a knot on it, and then you've got it dangling. Yeah, and then you challenge another person, and you get the string, and he's got to hold his chestnut there, and then you flick it, and your chestnut hits his chestnut. Okay, and then he has a go at doing yours, and whoever survives, because the one breaks and cracks in half, then your conker's the winner. And then there were people like putting conkers in vinegar or baking them in the oven to make them harder. And you then go, well, my conker's like won 10 matches in a row, because it's like, and that was the thing that happened at school all the time. At that time of year, you get your conkers, and you'd have your conker battles.
How do you drill the hole? Do you guys all have? You guys all
You
have
just put
drills?
just
drills and
no,
drill
just
bits?
put a nail through it. Just put a nail at the top and hit it through with a hammer, and then you put a hole right down the middle. And then, like I said, then you put a piece of string through, tie a knot so it stays on, and then you smash it at the other person's conker, and you have one go each until such time as your conker's standing. So that was massive here, and kids still now collect conkers and have conker fights.
Yeah,
From the
dude,
chestnut tree.
I never heard of such a
But
thing.
is that just the nut itself, or is that the husk?
No, that's the nut, just the nut. If you look on YouTube, I'm sure you're typed in conker championships or fight. I'm sure you'll see it. It's like, maybe it's just unique to the UK, but
So
all kids play.
You flick it with your finger?
What you do?
launch
So
it?
it's on a piece of string, yeah, and the other person holds his up so it's dangling, right?
Yeah.
And then you get yours and you pull it back, almost like a bow and arrow, and you aim, and then with one flick of the wrist, your conker flies through the air. Oh, because that's on a piece of string as well, obviously, and hits the other conker, and then you do it until such as one of the conkers completely destroyed, and then the other champion.
I don't even see how this nut would blow apart when it hit by another nut. That blows my mind.
Yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
cool. Like, the only thing I can think of here, this stupid ass game from
Pogs,
the 90s, the 2000s, maybe Last Dance remembers in RW, where you folded this dumb piece of paper into a triangle, and you would like hold it on the corner of a desk, and another guy would hold like uprights up, and
tabletop football.
You would kind of flick it at each other. It was so stupid, but
I thought you were going to say
Stevie,
Pogs.
Steve,
What were
I've
you
set your
gonna
chat.
say,
Sorry.
Pogs.
a hog?
No, Pogs. Pogs. That's what I thought you were going to say.
What the hell is Pogs,
not
bro?
tabletop football, but Pogs is where you had those milk caps with the different pictures on them, and you had a slammer, and you'd slam the pile, and whatever flipped over, you got to keep.
I never heard of that, bro.
Oh wow, that was more my generation.
But
Steve,
Last Dance, did you do tabletop football?
Absolutely.
All right.
It was what you did instead of paying attention in class.
Hell yeah.
All right,
When you got
Lee,
tired of
voice your
doodling.
question. I want
I
to hear
was going to say, just see if you can fight, because I know you're good at that stuff. I'm shit. Just see if you could put a conker fight into YouTube and just see if something comes up. You'll love it. It's funny.
The only Conker I know is Conker's Bad Fur Day, the squirrel from Nintendo 64. He was like a delinquent squirrel.
It sounds to me like the when you have those balls that hit against each other, like those momentum things, the clap, 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 like
Kind of like that.
that's
Yeah.
what I'm envisioning here. You know, here we go, World
Hey,
Conquer
Aphid.
Champions.
Welcome
There you
to the
go.
party,
Village Hall
dude.
versus Village Pub. Oh baby, Aphid's here.
Yeah.
Get him on. He's gone already.
No, he just entered chat.
Okay. I see. Look at him giving a little. Oh, look at that! They do show you that. Oh man, this is riveting. All right, I'm going to show you guys that. You're right. It's almost. Is it leather? Prepare to. Oh yeah, perfect spot. Here we go. All right, yeah. Lee inviting us to enjoy a nice conquer match.
Welcome back, Grandy.
All right, where are we?
We're about to get educated on culture in the UK.
Oh yeah, too right.
And I'm very ignorant. Am I supposed to say the UK or the United
Prepare
or
to conquer, my
Yeah.
boys.
England? I don't know what to say anymore.
All right, here we go. Have a look at these things. They're about to show them. Look at that, huh? Just as he described. You drill a hole, you pass your string through. That looks like a leather string. Look at that. The world's
Dude, that
oldest
guy's world
conqueror.
champion for 50 years.
Yeah, he's 107.
So,
There we
this is
go.
what
The
happens
world's
if you lose.
oldest gun. All right, nice.
If you lose, you get shot
Look
by
at this thing. That's the only gun you can own in the UK, by the way. It takes 7 minutes to load and can barely hit the side of a house.
Looks like some black powder or PVC.
Oh, shit. Look at you. Overhanded. He's overhanding it. Oh, see how he's smashing the shit out of it? I get it now.
Yeah, you get it now.
Oh, he totally missed it. Okay, a good shot there.
There was quite a lot of luck involved, but actually we've got people who've won it 3 and 4 times.
Probably don't want to hear him
there must be an
anyways.
element of skill involved.
The guy in the
looks a
back
little
is
cool.
definitely free balling.
Look at this
you
guy.
get the
with
idea.
fucking- he's got the conkers in the hat. He's
But
got him
they've
around
got to
the
have
neck.
something to do with it.
Looks like he might have a
technique, I
real
think, has got a lot
affinity
to do
for
with it.
nuts, this guy. Okay. And that's an
He has an affinity for nuts. Ah, that's nasty.
I know,
But
right?
that was that's massive in schools, even to this day. It's like, and if you've got your conker that's won like 7 or 8 matches, it's like, you know, that's the guy to beat. It's like, wow.
By then it would already be, smashed up a bit.
Yeah,
Those
and
were
it's-
very different looking though. Those were a different type of chestnut. I'm curious what they were. I don't know if these are Chinese or American, because American's supposed to be pretty extinct, but we haven't checked the leaf yet, and it might still be.
Yeah, interesting. And it was like, not only was it I envisioned it almost like it was on a stretchy thing, but it's a whip.
They whipped the shit. That
flexing
makes
it
sense to
down.
me now too, because like the amount of force in that is huge.
Right.
Imagine if they hit your friend's hand or something, man. That's a knuckle buster.
Oh yeah, that happens.
Now that
and
would
it
be a
hurts.
game.
Oh my
That
god!
should be part of it.
Because we had bloody knuckles with quarters.
Did you ever play the game of Bloody Knuckles with like a deck of cards?
No.
So like, you hold the deck of cards, I believe, on its side. Like one person holds the cards, and then like you're trying to smash the person's hands with the cards, and then you trade them back and forth, and like your knuckles get bloody from that one.
I've never seen that.
It's actual Bloody Knuckles. But what's your version of Bloody Knuckles?
I never played it. It's but you have a quarter on the table and you flick it with your thumb across the table, and the other person has their knuckles on the table.
Yeah.
And the quarter impacts the knuckle. And it only takes one good shot, man. You're not liking it.
Oh wow. See,
I never signed up for that type of carnage. I just saw it.
No, ours was the slap game. That was it. Okay, so person on top puts their hands like this flat, and then the other person puts them on the bottom, and they try to slap your hands, and you pull them out. Now, if you lost at that, then the person who beat you would hold a deck of cards in their hand and smash them on your knuckles
Man, we're barbarians, dude.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, the cards weren't even used to play cards; they were used to just hit people with. What was that moaning sound?
What was that?
What the fuck?
That's a
What are you eating down there? Fucking cereal?
No,
Mac and cheese? Pancakes? What is it?
no. It's,
He said he has a lot of pancake mix.
I do, but this is these are chili beans with ground beef and
Glad that we don't
rice
have
in there.
Oh, nice.
Have you guys got a Speaker of the House yet?
No, they just kicked
No.
out Jordan. Jordan is no longer going to be put in for another vote.
Thank God.
Oh my god!
I can hear the conversation. I'm just going to be right outside.
Why?
for 1 second.
Why has this happened? Even I don't educate me. What's
Hey,
why is
Aphid,
this? Why is the original speaker being? Hi, Aphid.
He was going to keep you there for hours, so I just
I was just
added you in.
see how
My-
long
my
I'm
understanding-
Sure,
staying
AP,
right here for.
give you the answer there.
I'm liking
Yes.
Why
this.
didn't this happen, David?
To
What,
answer your
there's so
question,
many people
Lee, these
talking
guys
about.
might have a better answer. But
The speaker of
McCarthy
the
was kicked
speaker.
out.
Yeah.
McCarthy was kicked out because he made a deal with the Democrats for what was it for, guys?
I don't know. He made
Well,
a lot
I
of
mean-
It was to balance the budget so we would not go bankrupt.
Okay,
right.
so what didn't have something to do with Ukraine as well?
He made a lot of.
Oh, the funding for Ukraine.
But it was somehow together. I don't quite understand it, but the Republican Party was not interested in his backroom negotiations, so they ousted him in a very short period of time.
Right, I see.
One-
so
one
are
day.
they effectively then looking
made-
for someone that's more in line with their way of thinking?
I don't know what they're looking for.
No. May I suggest that it is typical Republican activity to disrupt, destroy, and create chaos in
No,
order
you may
to
not
not
suggest.
have to govern.
You may not suggest that.
Oh, I have suggested it, but
I can see that on both sides, McGrandy.
you may carry on, my friends.
Um,
It's fucking good.
I
It's
thought
fucking hot,
so
too.
Jim Jordan was what was he? He was the investigation head seat guy
For what?
before. Jim Jordan was
He's a wrestling coach.
no, but before that, before he went in to try and get voted into the House, he was sitting as the head chair of like the investigative committee or something.
Oh, I don't know.
No.
So he already had a very powerful seat, and so I thought he was actually going to get voted in pretty easily. But
He most recently was on the weaponization of government committee.
For the hearing for the federal whistleblowers, correct?
Exactly, with censorship stuff. Yeah.
Right. His seat in that, he's been in the seat of a couple things, whatever that committee is. It was more than the whistleblowers for the feds.
Right.
But yeah, I am curious to see what becomes of that and how long it can sit vacant.
Yeah.
Me too.
Well, glass of wine.
How can you mix wine with Bud Light, dude?
So
Like,
they
man.
still seeking money? I heard Biden making a speech about he wants to commit billions of dollars to not only the Ukraine but also now to Israel as well. Is that likely to go through? Do you think, or is there cracks
They
beginning
packaged
to
that deal, right?
show?
It was a package deal.
Yeah, it was. I think
100 billion.
100 billion. I think 90 billion to Ukraine and 10 to Israel.
I'm hungry. I need to get more.
I'm not sure if that's gone through or if it will go through.
Why does Israel need money? I don't get it.
I'm pretty sure the money's not for Israel though, right? The money's for Gaza.
Well,
No,
why
a lot of
Gaza?
It's a lot of it's for most of it's for Israel. Almost all of it's for Israel. For
My
weapons
understanding is humanitarian aid.
to buy bombs.
Well, it's funny because they're saying that they're now letting the aid through Egypt, but they're not allowing any fuel, and they need the fuel to get the generators going and everything else. So it seems like it's kind of a half-attempted effect to give the world the impression that they're letting aid in, and yet most of this aid's going to not help unless they've got fuel.
They're letting AIDS in. I guess it was a typo.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I
Come
mean,
on,
is
don't
madness.
start that, RW.
I said a few weeks ago, I think we need to. It almost seems like, when you have a family, right, you say to yourself, okay, we have this much to spend each week. Let's remain within a budget, a weekly, monthly, yearly budget, right? Like, does our country have that? I mean, and
No.
if our gross national product and our debt if our debt keeps increasing and our GNP stays the same, like, who's watching that if the gross national product is not exceeding the debt? Then we're going to have
China's watching it as they throw money at us as fast as they can.
Yeah, but that's a loan. It's crazy.
I think
why
our
are
debt
they-
has already exceeded our yearly
It has.
GNP. Yeah.
It has. It's about 33 trillion for the GNP and 34 for the debt.
Okay.
Or no, it's something like I'm probably screwing those numbers up, but
I don't know the numbers.
There's some things that are happening in the background that I posted links in the back room, and
back chat.
Yeah, the back chat. Waiting for Aphid. We're good. So some things have been happening and we haven't heard anything about it. So like the airstrikes hit Orthodox Greek Church in Gaza, killing more than a dozen. I mean, we heard about the hospital explosion and had the big stink about that, but then Israel hits an Orthodox church with an airstrike, and it's like no one knows. It's not talked about. I thought that was strange. Another thing that happened is president of the board of a synagogue in Detroit was found fatally stabbed outside their home today or yesterday. And that's kind of a small story, but you know, is that related? Are these little microaggressions happening back and forth between the Jews and the Palestine and the Muslims and all that? You know, I'm curious to see if certain stories blow up or not. And it seems like some stories are kind of just sifting through and not really being talked about, and other ones are really getting picked out of the crowd.
Well, I don't watch NBC. I don't watch cable news, so I don't watch PBS, so I don't know what they're picked up. I mean, I certainly saw the church story on Twitter, and you know, it was covered on Twitter by the major news bureaus. I saw the story about the stabbing of the president of the synagogue. Immediately, all sorts of speculation that it's a hate crime with absolutely no evidence, one way or the other.
I have no evidence. It's just interesting, but even if without evidence, you can totally see that being used.
What do you mean being used?
Being used as an opportunity or a story to push more violence.
Oh, absolutely.
Back.
You know, it is. People are jumping to conclusions and saying this. You know, this is obviously a hate crime, as you know. And no, I say, why do you say that? My point was that even during times of crisis, most murders are not hate crimes, and this is just, as far as we know, just a stabbing.
Right.
It could just be a home invasion, like who knows? But there's no reason to conclude that it's a hate crime unless somebody has heard a rumor from some source that I haven't heard.
No, I'm not saying it's relatable. All I'm saying is
I'm not saying you are.
To see what happens with it.
Yeah, no, we'll see. We'll see what the next, the next aspect of the story is.
Another major thing that happened that I'm waiting to see the fallout for is the Supreme Court blocks restrictions on Biden administration efforts to get platforms to remove social media posts. So what that means is that the Supreme Court basically is now allowing or not stopping the Biden administration from censoring social media. I'm curious to see what that's going to mean in the end.
So that is, they agreed to take the case, which is important, and they lifted the stay. They lifted the injunction that the courts had put on the Biden administration. So it's sort of two, one, if you're against censorship, it's good news and bad news.
How is it good news?
It's good news because the Supreme Court is taking the case, and three, I think it's a pretty pro First Amendment.
So you're saying they actually haven't decided on it and released it yet?
No, they have not made a decision yet, but they are going to decide on it.
Well, you should be all set, RW. You're in the clear, brother.
Say what?
You're in the clear, brother. With this court, they're not going to fucking take out or rescind a freedom of speech. Hell no, man.
Well, they did though. It goes through the courts up level to level, and the district court issued a sweeping stay that stopped the Biden administration from doing, their censorship efforts.
Yes.
Then the appeals court kind of narrowed that a little bit, but kept most of the stay, the injunction on the Biden administration. And the Supreme Court did two things. They agreed to hear the case, which means it will be heard and decided on sometime during this term. But they also lifted and dissolved the injunction that that prevents the government from doing anything. So
the way that it was written, though, was confusing because it says, like verbatim, it says the Supreme Court on Friday blocked in full a lower court ruling that would have curbed the Biden administration's ability to communicate with social media companies about contentious content on such issues as COVID-19. So when they just say they blocked it in full, it seems like it's done.
No, it's not done. Not at all.
Okay.
But the injunction, it was really just a temporary kind of Band-Aid that the lower courts had. They, and the Supreme Court did lift that. And so the Biden administration is free for a few months to run rampant and do their censorship thing.
See what happens.
But then when the Supreme Court does rule, I'm confident, not certain, but I'm confident that they will rule against the government here.
Go ahead, Steve.
Well, like when it comes to this sort of information, who is the person to vet it? If you don't believe the public health agency that is in charge, that would be the one vetting the information in the first place, and if they are considered the top of the pyramid when it comes to medical information, then if other people choose other medical professionals who are properly credentialed, but they don't agree with like the national health or whatever, then who's to say those other people are wrong? And you're going to make, like, what if they're intelligent, like well-schooled people who are making decisions on their own? You know what I'm saying? Like, so essentially you're taking one opinion and saying you can't talk about this opinion because that's all it is. There are no facts in this when you're talking about a pandemic because nobody knows anything yet. They're learning on the fly. And they fucked up a lot of stuff.
Exactly.
I really want to disagree with that.
What's that?
I really want to disagree with that because experts in virology, which is my background,
yes,
biotechnology and growth of virus and purification, even on our level, people understood how large a virus was. People understood the nature of the virus. People understood the growth medium and what was required for, passages of the virus. So for an expert of that level to not have any idea and have to learn on the fly, that's utter nonsense to me because we already have so much information.
I guess I mean on the fly was with the public health side of it. They hadn't had to deal with the general population and what to do with it.
Yeah.
I'll add a grain of salt to it, but I'm very disappointed. It seemed like theater.
It did. And then early on, Fauci basically said verbatim, this is not something we should shut down society for. And then a few months later, he was shutting down society.
I
and he also went ahead and said that masks were not to be used by the general public. And then he said, save them for medical professionals only. And then it was like, well, wait a second. If they work for medical professionals, why shouldn't we be wearing them? And then 4 or 5 months, 6 months later, he's saying, no, definitely wear N95 masks. So the whole thing was...
Look at it this way. When you're on a surgical team, that mask is not so much to protect you. It's more so to protect the patient from infection. Sure. So the N95 mask may help with filtration of viruses of a certain size, but it's more a factor of not contaminating a sterile environment.
Right. And what he ended up saying in the end, and their most recent thing about masks was a properly fitting N95 mask has some limited effects. If both people are wearing them, yes. But a cloth mask, any other mask that somebody thought was being functional, like people on fucking, what's that dumbass thing there? They sell like birdhouses and shit. Etsy, making cloth masks that looked fun and cute and stuff like that. Didn't do shit, dude. Nothing. The mayor of Boston, Marty Walsh, showing you how to fold a t-shirt in to make a face covering. Fucking nothing, dude. Yeah, so I understand. And RW, what I mean by that is like, I mean that there's intelligent people on both sides. And I wasn't trying to say like the people on the virology side were clueless. I just mean, like, who do you believe? What side do you
No,
pick?
I understand what you're saying. I don't like censorship in the sense that it seems weaponized if you're going to pick one side when other sides could have viable arguments.
Mhm.
And if you're going to lockstep and censor everybody else and go after them and, you know, even to the state of criminal action against them for misinformation, that's a bit too much.
Yeah. I mean, I hear you. I think there was massive faults in their response to COVID. Massive.
What do you think will
amounts.
happen the next time around? Do you think society is going to be interested in mandates? Do you think they're going to go along again with it, or do you think they'll just be like, screw it, not interested?
Yeah, it's a good
It
point.
depends.
And I think
It
that's
depends
gonna
on
be a
how
big
long.
problem.
It
It's
depends
going to
on
be a
how
big
long.
problem because everybody has fallen victim to the misinformation and
Yeah,
denies science. I'm going to
People
walk
weren't-
over here and have a cigarette here.
People
you're
weren't.
kind of-
People
go
weren't
ahead,
following.
Here we are,
They weren't.
boys.
They weren't following. You know, or concerned about how people handled the Spanish flu. You know, I mean, it depends on how long. If it's like next year, then yeah, there's gonna be doubt. But if it's 20, 30 years from now, it's not gonna make a difference in the way
Yeah.
people act towards it.
I think that's about right. I think it's certainly no more than one generation will the memory last.
Right.
Yeah, I see that.
I mean, like, we all saw the absurdity of them flagging down people on paddle boards.
Yeah, dude. If someone's on the beach and like no one, like you're out in nature and you have the sun destroying the virus, you have wind
Fresh air,
and everything,
ocean
oxygen
breeze.
destroying the
Yeah.
virus in itself, and you're
I
going to
s-
send that person to prison because he's on the beach. How could you be the police officer that's arresting that guy? That's what I don't understand. I wouldn't be able to be a police officer. I would be like,
Yeah.
dude, this is junk. I can't do this.
Dude, literally, like, I saw walking down the beach, women coming towards me with masks on, giving me dirty looks and shit, dude. Here, it was the craziest thing. At
They're
one
just
point, the news agencies were saying that here because it's a beach culture out in this zone. They're like, can beach sand hold the virus? Is that sand safe? And then, like, my kid picks up a tennis ball on the beach. She like tosses it to me. I'm like, COVID ball! Oh Jesus! You know, like, do I touch it? Like, the news like gets in your head, and then
Just rub it in your eyeballs.
you start
Get it
thinking
all in
about
there.
it like it's a tennis ball. Clearly, some dog probably slobbered the fuck all over the thing, but I mean, like,
That's just rotavirus. You can have that. It's not a big deal.
yeah, it'll make you stronger, man. But you know, in the end, I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna rebel. We'll play catch with this COVID ball. God damn it! You know, like
The fact that that's even an active rebellion is humorous.
that's what I mean. Like, it's so funny the things that I got into thinking about at that time. You know, not to mention in the industry of like property management, hundreds of thousands of hours were put into people disinfecting elevator buttons, doorknobs, handrails, cleaning glass more than it needed to be cleaned, all in the effort of like.
I can't even tell you what insane shit I did because
Yeah,
we were told.
Exactly.
You know, I would like get alcohol and rub mail that I wanted to open first on the outside. You just it's most insane germophobic things. You know, I ended up doing for a short while, but still, because I listened to all the shit that we were told from authorities.
Yeah, they had this virologist on a radio show I like, the Greg Hill show. This guy, Dr. Maciek Boney.
Sounds cool.
Sounds made up, right? But anyways, Dr. Boney was like, with packages, you know, we'll leave them outside of the house for a day, you know, undercover. Just let them air out a little. I'm like, are you kidding me? This guy's like he's on to give advice for COVID, and that's what he said. This was at the time where I'd see people like get into their car, with their gloves on and masks. Then they take the mask off, and like you'd see them like rub their face with their gloves on, and then like pull up, reach into their purse with their gloves, their sanitary latex gloves, grab their keys, start the car. They're driving around yet again with these gloves on. Like, what the fuck are the gloves? Like, COVID is not transpermeable. Not a lot in the viral world will actually travel through your skin, or even an open wound for that matter.
No, well, the theory was that you would get it on your fingers, and then, without thinking, you would touch your nose or your mouth.
Yeah, but they're touching them with the gloves. They're touching it.
I think it was, in retrospect, it was a profound experiment on what would happen to America when something like this happened.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I've not been privy to all the conversations. Sorry, I just had to go and do something. But I thought a lot about COVID in terms of, they were doing this, they were doing that. People got robbed of their life. I get all of that. I really do. But when you've got a new virus that they don't know much about, and it could start killing people in their thousands, if not millions.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be right for any government to err on the side of caution? And at the end, they could get.
Holy shit!
At the end, they could get criticised about it. We went through all of this, but if they had gone the other way, and they were a bit blasé about it, and there are millions of people dying, and there are hospitals full of dead bodies, we would have been the first people to say, you let us down, you should have known better.
Exactly.
It was a difficult situation to cope with.
Yeah, Lee, this is sus, because I know you don't feel that way. You know that response was bullshit, dude.
No,
let me give you another example.
I know this is horseshit. You're fucking flip flop.
No, I gotta tell you something. This is a revelation. Lee,
dude, he's pulling your
chain. Lee has seen the light.
Let me give you another example. So I was in Australia when it first rolled through, and my kids would go to daycare once or twice a week so that we could get some stuff done. And because my kids were not vaccinated, I had to pay $100 a day per child.
Right.
To get them to go to daycare. But if they had been vaccinated, it would only have been $5. So think about that. It's not a matter at that point of the issue, because they're still willing to take the child. If it was an issue, the child shouldn't be able to go to daycare. It's not a money thing. At that point, it's pure coercion. And that really, really frustrated me.
That's insane. I had never heard anything like that.
How old were they?
Well, although there was...
They were 2 and 5.
So they were forcing you to vaccinate 2 and 5-year-olds, basically?
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, there were some schools. There were private schools in the area in Massachusetts that had rules that were like, if the kid tests positive and they're not vaccinated, they have to stay out for like 10 days. But if they are vaccinated, they could return to school after like 3 days or 5 days. So there were incentives in a way for the parents to get the kids vaccinated, to say, hey, you can go back to work and make more money sooner if your kid has a vaccination.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but 2 and 5, I mean, that was a year into the pandemic.
That's misleading in the sense that that was not the corona virus vaccine.
Oh, okay.
This was what do they call it?
MMR?
The schedules.
Yeah. Okay.
I've chosen not to do that.
All right. So
but still, what does that have to do with corona?
Well, we're seeking clarity here, and the reality is, it's not corona. It's not the new virus from China. It's a preference to avoid vaccination for your children for normal vaccinations that you, Steve, and Aphid, and any other American has to deal with when they put their children in school. They have to go through certain vaccinations. And
right, but
so RW, you are in protest to that, and I'm not going to judge on that, but that's where we are right here. It's not
right,
it's
yeah,
not,
no, I have the
correct.
freedom
Okay.
to choose for my child, and
Yeah, exactly.
it's frustrating that they're still allowed in the system. I just have to pay more. That's
Well,
I don't like that. That's a strange.
You know
Well,
what?
let me ask you a question, RW, and you could answer yes, no, or indifferent. Do you consider yourself, to use a common term, an anti-vaxxer?
Anti-vaxxer. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right.
See, now that gives us more information, so that takes a little mystery out of it.
No judgment either.
Like McGrandy said, yeah, certainly not judging, and I love to discuss things, and that's a great discussion, because often people just say it's good, so we do it. No, I started to feel like with the COVID vaccine that they were dealing with public health. They weren't dealing with individual health. So it was like, everyone just get it and don't worry about anything. So
yeah. Exactly. And
Right.
you know what, Steve?
That was me.
It wasn't until my third shot that I decided I was not going to ever get another one again.
You're specifically talking about the
COVID. The COVID.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But I think COVID falls into that umbrella, because I think prior to COVID, I did have thoughts on vaccines when it came to children, and some of them have mercury. Yeah. You can request vaccines without mercury. A lot of people don't understand that. If the kid needs the vaccine, you can get them without mercury for not that much more money. A lot of vaccines have a minute amount of mercury in them. There is things.
Give me the mercury, man.
I would separate gene therapy vaccination, just because it is a new technology that we don't have years of medical studies on.
You're talking about RNA.
RNA gene therapy. Yeah, RNA vaccines.
Okay.
I do separate them into a different category.
Yeah. That's the freaking breakthrough, though.
But RW, when you say a different category, do you mean worse or better or just unknown?
I mean, I don't have the medical understanding of it. I am very skeptical of it and worried of it, because you're literally gene editing your body.
Yeah, no, you're not editing anything, but it's new technology. Definitely, we should be very concerned.
It is gene therapy. That's exactly what it is.
It's not new therapy. It's the first practical application of that new therapy into the general population, and that's what those vaccines are. But I firmly believe, and time will bear me out, but
I think time will tell.
Yeah, time will tell. But I got to say that getting those vaccines, even though they were painful and all that nonsense, I got sick a couple of times. I think I had COVID maybe twice. So maybe,
well, that's another thing that's reared its ugly head in this country, is the fact that where at different age, depending on your age, you get given and administered various vaccines, whether it's like polio, whether it's things like whooping cough, this, that, and the other. And then going back to the
one of them are diphtheria and diptep. What is that? It's diphtheria and tetanus.
Pertussis.
Yeah, tetanus. Yeah, and then what you've got is a surge now, which we kind of keep hush hush, where you've got the immigrants coming in who are very suspicious of you wanting to put a needle in their arm, or it's against their religion. And now in the UK, measles is rearing its ugly head. And measles can be quite dangerous, and it's virtually eradicated in this country. But now there's a surge of it because these people either don't believe in it or don't want it, and causing problems then in schools.
But they also brought it with them.
How about tuberculosis?
You had a population that it was gone from, and then you had an influx of people that had it, and even the people that would have been vaccinated for it are most likely susceptible to it.
Exactly. Because it's that next level that's vaccination resistant.
It might be resistant. especially like
Yeah.
tuberculosis. That's the big one, man, because that's bacterial.
If the
They-
if viruses have the ability to adapt and mutate as they grow, any vaccine is viable to that strain, perhaps. So anything in the future is just, you know.
Useless.
So
Yeah,
I don't know. We don't whatever. To each their
Johnny
own.
and
DNA virus is
Johnny's always pointed it out here. Johnny Grammaticus in the chat. No jabs, just virus for me. Natural immunity all the way. Yeah, and like there was a time when this COVID shit, like if you said natural immunity, they would censor your ass, and then all of a sudden they're like, no, if you have COVID, you
Wow.
actually have antibodies. So yeah, it does
Look at
matter. And I got it 3 times.
Why did we have to rediscover science all of a sudden?
I don't know. RW, I had the funniest thing. Like, one day I'm like, I'm going to clear the fucking shitty side of the yard that we hate. So I like go out, I'm with the brush hog, I'm going crazy. Then I'm like, God, Jesus Christ, I'm dehydrated. I got a headache. I never get a headache. God, I'm so tired. I'm chugging Gatorade. I'm hydrating up. I'm literally sitting in the chair upstairs for like 2 hours in the dark. I tested myself, and then I had COVID. And it was about the rest of that day, I hydrated a ton. Didn't eat dinner. Finally got to where I was peeing like crazy, slept overnight 20 hours, basically was gone the next day. But for that short period of time, it was like a strong impact. Then after that, I got it two more times. And each time I got a really bad headache and some sniffles, and it was gone. It was like gone a day later. I didn't test for it again. So in my mind, it was worse the first time, and it was a little less the second time, and a little less the third time. And since then, I've had a cold or two, and I'm wondering, did I have it again? And I'm not even like concerned. Is it possible that it's just endemic? I got a kid in school, you know.
One thing I will say,
right?
It is pestilence in itself since the pandemic. It seems like someone is always sick now.
Yeah, I mean,
in my family, it's like, you know, that someone goes to church and they get sick. It's like, yes, bring that home every week. Love it. It's
true.
I don't remember that when I was younger.
I got a bunch of. I'm hearing a bunch of hawkers in my house too.
Do you have
hawkers and coughers?
Do you have the Eucharist in that church, like RW? I don't even know. Sorry for my ignorance.
It's no. The simple answer is no.
All right. And you don't share the cups of wine like the blood of Christ, like the Catholics do.
We don't use wine either. We use grape juice.
Hell no. Never done that.
But do you
I'm
share
out of here,
cup?
boys.
No, everybody has their own little like shot glass of grape juice.
All right.
Good to see you.
my friend. See you, buddy.
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, dude. I didn't realize he was leaving.
LeGrand's gone. I might get to say something.
Ha Interesting. So
tired,
how are they getting sick at church, RW? Just proximity, close to each other? That's all.
I mean, they got tons of youth there. There's always the kid with the neon green boogers, you know, eating tons of sugar constantly. It is what it is. And my kids they're homeschooled. They live out on the ranch in the open air. So they don't have to deal with all those diseases all the time like they do in suburbs. So is their immune system weaker? No, they're just not immune to that one yet.
I hear you. Yeah, time to do some outdoor masses or whatever you guys call them. Get out
Outdoor masses. I enjoyed outdoor services. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I've always been. I work in infectious disease laboratories. I've always have to deal with sterile technique and you know I'm always paying attention to cross contamination in the world. Like I'm going to the grocery store. This is pre-pandemic, and the person next to me that's like coughing and snotting and sneezing. It's like I'm not going to stand next to that person.
Yeah, sure.
But I think a lot more people now are aware of. I don't know. It'd be nice if more people were aware of their coughing and sneezing. Not even for coronavirus, just for common decency.
I mean, I always turn my head away from people, but, you know, I smoke cannabis in the evening, so I do tend to have a few coughs here and there throughout the day.
I'm talking about those bubbly infected coughs, the gurgles.
It's nice.
I mostly hear kids when they're like coughing up very productive coughs, and I'm like, I can almost see the germs in the air around them,
like a glowing, a glowing,
like a glow, like wah, wah, wah.
yeah.
Yeah, but how far do you go? I mean, what you go and open a door handle, and you don't know if somebody's just been wiping their nose with a hand and opened it before you, and I mean, it just can get ridiculous.
The answer is to not touch your eyeballs, to not stick your fingers in your mouth. A lot of people chew on their fingers and touch their eyeballs. Just make sure you're washing your hands. Wash your hands enough during the day, and you're not sticking anything in there.
Yeah,
I don't even think about it.
I lament myself when I touch my face during the day. I'll catch myself doing it. I'm like, fucking idiot, come on. Like if you're not thinking and you just start doing it.
It's a nervous habit. It's very hard to work yourself out of, but I couldn't do it because I worked in a laboratory, so I worked myself out of it.
Yeah, I hear you.
I
have these dry issues.
Tree laboratory doing this number.
Right. Well, you have to wash your hands so often, like in a lab, the less you touch. Yeah.
Well, you're donning gloves, so it's a little different. But once you're out of the facility, once you're out of the biosafety lab, then you wash your hands once you're donned off. But inside that, you're just constantly putting on new gloves and using isopropyl alcohol to constantly keeping your gloves sterile.
Exactly.
I help my grandfather now he's stage 6 dementia. I'd say stage 7 really, and I'm very thankful for nitrile gloves, because working in a hood is one thing, it's very controlled, but helping people that are unclean, God, that's literally a shit show.
Yeah, I know, dude, and I'm sorry you have to deal with that. But it's a good thing you're doing. You're helping the old guy out. He's at, coming down to the finish line, and you're giving him the respect you think he deserves, because who else is going to do it, I guess? Fuck,
he does. He has the whole family.
Ultimate respect for that, man. Ultimate respect.
It's humbling.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard when they get towards stage 7, because you're putting their shirt on and they like swing at you or something, because they have no patience. Like if their arm gets stuck in the shirt or whatever, then they're just like, they don't even know why they're mad. They're just coming after you. And I am not mature enough to, even though the person is not in their mind, if someone comes after me, my knee-jerk reaction is to like go after them. Like it's very hard to humble yourself when someone's being an asshole.
Right.
Even if you know that they're out of their mind.
Well, it's easier when they're not out of their mind and you could just fucking smack them in the face. But when they have no control, then you're like, I imagine for you, it's harder to gauge a response. It sucks. It's tough, man.
Yeah, it's not, like you said, if it's another equal, you're bearing them and to correct the situation, but this is such a broken system that it's not. I don't know what to say.
It's tough, bro. It's tough.
We don't have to talk about that though. It's all good. It's just another. I like gloves. I like nitrile gloves. So that's my point there.
I know. Yeah, like my buddy's come. Oh yeah, my buddy's coming up next weekend, so it's going to be a Friday pub.
Sweet.
Probably. So just keep that in mind, everybody.
You guys aren't going to smoke weed, are you?
That's all we do. And that's all I do anyways at night.
Sounds like he comes from a tri-state and he gets up there and just goes to the moon.
Actually, I have him a picture of him that he's said, yeah, you can go ahead and show that of me, bro.
Does he have his pants on?
That's him right there behind.
That's like 5% skin. I can see why he approved that.
Yeah,
he's the man. He's the man. He's my
I saw him in Hamas.
Come on, that's not nice.
I'm sorry.
That's funny though. He's actually not that tan, but the smoke like makes him look more tan than he really
look
is.
darker.
Yeah. Funny. Yeah. He's a good guy.
Oh, speaking of doxing, cup of tea. Did you see that the Instagram of the White House dox? Oh no, it's you, Steve, that showed that to me.
That was
The
me.
picture of the secret or the special. You talk. Brain no good. You speak now.
Well, first of all, fellas, I hope you took a screenshot of that because by the time I put that on Discord, that picture was unavailable, scrubbed from the internet of those guys.
Is it on the? Is it on our?
What was
Discord?
it? What was it?
Yeah, it is. It's a picture of Tier 1 high-level special forces that were in Israel when Joe Biden was there. And Joe Biden's looks like a fucking literally wooden soldier shaking one of their hands, but you see faces of highly secretive, like special operations, like technician guys that we spend tens of millions of dollars on their training. They're like the greatest killers in the world, and we're not supposed to know who they are. Nobody is, especially the enemy. And they showed their faces, man, on fucking Instagram.
What is the repercussion for that?
Shit.
What is the repercussion for that? It was the top down.
Their families.
No,
Their
what I'm
lives.
saying is, what is the repercussions for the government for doing that? There is none. Oops.
No. Yeah.
Sorry.
Whoops. It's fucked up.
Did they even say I'm sorry? I don't even know if they did that.
Maybe.
It was if that apology that I posted in the parentheses inside of the quotations was their release. They accidentally did it. It wasn't. It was pretty pathetic. And did you see those guys? They're fucking badass looking. That picture, man.
They had some sleeves of ink, man. I was paying attention to that.
Like these, with the staunch record of heterosexuality, these guys were hot. Like chicks would look at these guys in a bar and be like, "Damn, those guys are the alpha males," and that's true. They're
just
the ones.
point at the one they want. They're just like you.
They're the ones who go to foreign countries to kill men. They have so much testosterone that they exude that when they're even in photographs. I can see that. Like it'd be like,
are they murdering them with their testosterone levels?
I'll fuck with a lot of people, but like when you see people like that, you know, like there's some people you don't fuck with.
Is their testosterone level so high that they just like shake the other guy's hand and his heart pops?
Are these like Israeli special forces then, or something?
No, they're United States, like either SEALs or Green Berets or Delta Force. They didn't exactly say. They were there when Biden was there for obvious reasons, and all of a sudden they're on Instagram, their faces with him shaking hands. I don't even want to show it here. I feel like I shared it with you guys. We can all get the screenshot. I still have it.
I think if we scroll up, it would still have the meta image. You just won't be able to click on it.
Yeah, you can find it on X, but they're all blacked out and blurry now. I don't know who did that. But...
Damage is already done. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
intelligence crews don't take very long.
If old Smokesteve was quick enough to get a couple screenshots of it,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not exactly like Mr. Tech. I'm sure millions of other people saw it too. You know?
Were you just right place, right time for that article, or were you crawling through the internet?
No, I just used Twitter. I looked through about 300 pictures, and then when you get down to the lower amount of views on like tweets that they haven't got a chance to blur the faces out yet, that's when you're going to find. That's when I happen to find the picture unblurred. So,
GSH, that might be Miss Me from Drone Tech server. I'm not positive.
Hey, can you go out? Can you get GSH? Can you give me like double devil horns like this?
Or
Like
maybe a
heavy
Christian
metal?
Halo?
Heavy metal, that's her. Yeah, she's here. All right, let's do it. G space SH. How do you do, G?
Yeah.
She's a gangster.
It's
Keep
good
it
to have you
gangster.
on
What?
again.
Keep it gangster. How you doing?
Thanks for joining us, man.
Hello.
Glad to be here.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry. No, I remember we were talking about that Thursday night. I linked that, and I'm glad you found the picture later. So that whole thing you're on that Biden being an ass and doxing people.
Why did you bring that up? You brought it up in a retaliation, right? Or a rebuttal?
I did initially because I think Brandon came in and said something, and I said, no, this is what happened, and Biden's just as much of a because somebody said something about I don't remember.
Okay.
I mean, I could go back and look in the chat from Thursday, but that's kind
No,
of
that's all
far
right.
away.
That's all right.
I
I thought I remember it was a rebuttal.
Yeah, it was a rebuttal to something. I just don't remember the something.
Yeah, but I mean, it
It's
was certainly
crazy that that
fascinating to
happened.
see it. I can pull up the picture. Do you guys think that would be in bad taste?
I saw it.
Are you? Is there any way that putting
I
it on
would-
YouTube can get you a strike?
I would recommend against it.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother.
Yeah.
Really? Against it?
I mean,
Wow.
I just don't. I don't want you to get a strike.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know
if
if you
it's
get a
already been
strike,
scrubbed.
but I would. It's up to you, but I wouldn't.
I would do it
wouldn't
with
put
a
their
blurred
faces
face.
out. Yeah, I would blur the faces, or I wouldn't put.
There's
their-
only one face with him sitting there shaking hands with the guy, but it's pretty clear who it is.
Yeah, that would be my choice.
Well,
Your
there's the
choice
guy-
is up to you.
There's the guy over his right shoulder, the guy with the salt and pepper beard.
Mm.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
looking at
I'd
it right
put blurs
now.
on both their spaces.
He's the guy that you get the best view of, and the guy at the very far right side.
I just don't think he should have exposed any special forces just for a photo op.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
They
these
don't
guys
think.
are badass.
We know
I'm
you.
surprised that he shakes hands with dog face pony soldiers. I
Yeah.
thought he was against that.
I mean, it wasn't Biden's personal decision to fail to redact the photos, but his administration
Yeah,
certainly responsible.
I
You know,
accept that.
I
These
find it
guys-
ironic. I
When
find
you
it
see a
ironic.
movie, these guys literally look like who they would cast in the movie for it. It's pretty funny. Apparently, movie casting has gotten special forces right because that's what these guys look like. They belong in it. You know, it's and
Yeah.
all through the years, having seen the other movies like Lone Survivor and whatnot, when you saw those guys for real, you're like, they actually look like they should be casted in the damn movie.
I dated somebody once from Special Forces, and I was not impressed because most of the time they're real, the movie ones have character that are supposed to be nice, and honorable. And the person I dated was a real jackass, controlling as hell. Total controlling,
He
and
probably
a real jerk.
he's probably a good killer though.
Possibly, but I'm not going to be dating one of those. Thanks,
There
but
you
no
go.
thanks.
There you go.
I
So,
don't want to be
Ann-
the one being killed.
There's a person named Ann in Drone Text chat, and she's multiple times brought up the same question.
Yes, and I
And-
disagree with her.
She's stating that the birth rate is declining. Do we know that?
Yes.
true?
Yes.
That is a true statement.
Worldwide, the population and in third world countries, not third world, second, our developed countries is declining.
I was going to say, but at
We
the
have
same
birth
time, in
control
India and
and-
everything, multiply.
Yeah, no, in undeveloped countries they're still multiplying, but the birth rate's definitely
Shitholes.
in civilized countries because we have access
We
to
get
birth
it.
control. There are more people deciding not to have children because it costs too much, and there are more people that they're pretending that they don't know what sex they are, so of course they can't have children. Nobody wants
Yeah,
children anymore.
You're completely right. I've seen these people, and like
She could just be
They
taking it out
just-
of Musk. He's running
they-
around saying the world's declining and has been forever. That's why he has 20 kids, right?
I mean,
10.
without kids, you do save a ton of money, but
Yeah.
with kids, you gain a little bit of an adventure, a little
And
bit
the
of a
state the
challenge.
world's in today, nobody wants to bring children into it. I mean, my kids don't want kids for that reason.
Yes.
They don't like the way the world looks, and they don't want to have kids.
It's a factor.
Now, one of my future daughter-in-laws wants to have a baby because just for herself, she just wants to be a mommy. But my son, her boyfriend, does not want children. He'll have one for her sake. The other one says no way at all. He doesn't want any kids. That would be pwned. He don't want kids. None. So, ever.
Sometimes they happen anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, he has control over whether it happens or not. I feel sorry for his wife, though.
We have so much control over whether it happens or not.
100%.
I have a surprise.
Yes.
You have a
I
kid?
remember my wife saying, "I can't get pregnant right now," and I was like, "Sweet." And then she's like, "Oh wait, that's not how that works." And I was like, "Oh."
Oh boy. Yeah, at least I know my kid knows better. He knows how everything
Good
works.
for him. I like
But
this really hard learning curves, the ones that last forever.
He doesn't want kids. I feel bad for his wife because she really does. But
Who's got the echo? Is that you, Last Dance? Is that you, old man?
I don't hear him.
Here, let me mute my mic.
Probably Lee.
Is it me, really?
Is it a long echo? Because it could be the other TV in here being turned up too loud.
It's more of a short, stiff echo.
I'll mute me.
Short and stiff.
Well, do I
Anybody
sound
else?
okay?
Echo. No echo. It's gone. Unmute, Last Dance.
Weird.
Wait, it's back a little.
It's probably missed me.
I think it's
No.
I think it's I think it's my second TV. Here, look.
Blobbity bloobity bloop.
That helped. Yeah, we all get quiet. We're like, just listen.
Yeah, okay. I don't hear anything when we don't talk. We're good.
No, but no echo.
It was Aphid Lip's second TV.
But I don't want Aphid to leave. The guy's.
Damn it, Aphid.
He's just going to burn down that TV. He'll be back.
That's fine.
The TV?
I wanted to bring up her talk about the birth rate declining because she keeps bringing up the concept that women are going to be pulled out of the economy and then the economy will shrink. And I don't understand the correlation to that.
I answered her to that too, because why would they do that? They like to have women out of the house, so they can't raise their kids. So the government can raise their kids.
Who's they?
The government, globalist forces, whatever you want to call them, those guys.
Got scum.
You think the government wants women
the
out of the
government,
house?
the globalist people would like women not to be home raising children. They want less population.
Part of their plan.
I mean, population decline, you can have your children controlled because they're going to be raised by the government. They're not being raised by their moms anymore. I mean, I don't know why they would want to increase the population. I don't know how that correlates. But again, I don't know what country Anne is in. I know she's not American. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. She said Europe. She said Europe.
Yeah, but Europe has a lot of different.
The same Anna that we get on here?
I was wondering if it was Anne from here. I was wondering if and that would be Germany, correct?
Yeah, it's Germany.
Yep.
Well, that would make sense because they're pretty authoritarian.
Yeah, but I mean, is she over the top?
I don't think so. This person seems very
She stands. Yeah, she stands out. She's very opinionated, and she keeps the oven warm, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I could feel the heat. Believe me.
I know you can. I know you can.
Okay. I'm too old to be privy to understanding anything anymore. So.
No, actually, you're not old enough to understand the reference I just threw out there.
I'm too old.
To be clear, I do enjoy having her on here. I really do enjoy her.
Yeah,
Scum
all
TV.
opinions are interesting, you know.
Scum TV, hello, Scum. In the house. Working the Scum hours here. And also, Wolf of Mibu bringing up DCM Fox.
God, I hated that guy.
Yeah.
Scum, are you getting on camera, Scum?
That was a fucking serious person, dude. Back in the live days. Pervasive in the comments, just everywhere.
I joined Scum's feed last time we were chilling, and he got strikes every 5 minutes from YouTube and just restarted and kept going.
I know, I saw that. It was bizarre. It was like 1 a.m. I was hammy. It was awesome.
But it was
I've
just
also
music, right? It was a music he was
look at him. He
playing.
says, "Hello, Steven." Like
When they
serious scum here.
when they
Hello?
do a strike, do they like
Hello,
pull
scum.
you off or just take away money or what?
Well, he
It
doesn't get
stopped
money.
his
We
feed,
don't
but
get
he just
money.
restarted his feed. So I thought that it made you like have to be done for the day. I don't know how it works.
I never
look, it's
stream.
Ren. Ren showed up.
Yay!
All right, welcome to the
Boy,
party,
it's
Ren.
And Top, you just glossed right over Top. Top.
Top's here? Holy smokes.
He's here to defend DC and Fox.
Of course. Like the only thing he does is to contradict. Even
Exactly.
he contradicts Cup of Tea. It's like the contradiction of contradictions here.
He can smell it. He's like, a cup of tea's in the chat. I need to head on.
Two of the
I
biggest
mean-
trolls that ever come onto this pub. Top
Yeah,
only
I mean-
cup of tea.
Well, thanks for
I
stopping
want-
by, Ren. It's good to see you here.
I once, I must have, somehow he must have seen something I said, even though he had me blocked that he agreed with. So he unblocked me, sent me a message saying he didn't know why he had blocked me. And I didn't respond. And, a few days later, I must have said something that he didn't agree with, and he blocked me again. So that was.
Who are you
that
talking
was-
of right now?
There's some Lively clown from many years ago. But
Oh, okay.
He was
An
by
extreme
far
snowflake.
the biggest contributor to Live Leak, though.
I
Like,
wouldn't
it
know.
wasn't even- It wasn't even close.
I
He
remember that.
posted
Yeah,
the most
yes.
videos on Live Leak.
Yes, that's it. G, that's where you chat. Yes, if you want to type.
Okay, thank you. And I
Yes.
don't like my camera. I look like crap right now, so I don't know if I should like put a card over my camera.
Well, now that
'Cause I
you've been
don't
on, you can turn your cam off if you don't want to be on cam.
Okay, because I don't like
It's
my
okay.
camera.
Yeah.
It's like,
Because
You don't
we
have to
know
be
who
on
you are.
camera.
yeah.
It's more
You
like
see that
if
you're
you-
the G.
I want to see that if I want to take my shirt back off, I'm not naked on camera.
Hey, frankly,
want that.
do what you want.
Exactly.
I think you looked great on camera, but if you don't want to be on camera, then that's totally cool too.
I'm going to be
What
eating
you-
and drinking something in a minute, so I don't really want to be stuffing my
That's cool.
face on camera.
You're
What it
Not a
comes down
mukbang
to
video.
is I like
As long
to
as we can hear the
verify.
mukbang.
Yeah.
I like to verify that there's a human being there that's going to chat, but once you're verified, you're good. On
Okay.
or off the side.
I'm gonna like go get some noodles and start slurping. I'm just teasing. I'm not gonna do that.
That's all right. Noodle
That's
up.
not my thing.
Noodle up.
Maybe someday I'll get
Don't
into that.
don't
I just-
mukbang.
no,
Don't do it.
I
These
don't
those
think I
people are
will.
literally killing themselves.
They just eat like tons of food, right? That's what that is. I
They
barely learned that term.
smash tons of slurpy nasty food, and they're popular. But I feel like people are just watching. The entertainment value is people watching them die. slowly.
See, no, I don't feel that way. I really like to watch people eat things, but I really don't like not how they eat it, but like to learn about the different kind of food.
That's very different than mukbang.
Yeah, I don't want to just watch them stuffing their face full of noodles just for the hell of it.
Right.
That's not, but I do like to watch people eating different kind of food just to see what it is.
Hey, I'm going to DM Liberal Cluck. Is that in poor taste, do you think, RW?
Why would that be in poor taste?
Because he's kind of like, he's your guy. Yours and Drone
Dude,
Tech's guy.
I mean, I'm not Drone Tech's head staff or anything, but I consider you partnered more than any other
Yeah.
group.
Okay.
Wow.
He openly shills for you on his stream, so I think you're good, man.
Smokesteve's got this other life that we don't know about. Last Dance.
I've always,
Another life.
I've tried to get you guys into Drone Tech server multiple times.
I was on there one time like a year or two ago, and it was just too many of the like people tagging everybody or whatever.
Right.
I can't stand that shit. That's so annoying.
Now that's just me and him, and the dynamic of the chat has changed drastically since.
I never was in there more. I just joined because, me and Drone Tech had it out, or not had it out, but we went back and forth a few times.
I was
and
on
went
there
over
for a little while too, and didn't like the vibe. You're talking about the Discord
Different
server,
people
right?
now.
Yeah, I
That's what I'm
really like
talking
your guys' communication style, and I wanted to bring your communication style into the group because it helps to mature the group. If you have enough people that
Well,
are
I'd be
good,
willing to try again.
yeah, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, because our Discord's dead.
It's fucking as dead as anything I've ever seen. What do
I
send
still
them?
like
The
it, though.
YouTube link or the Discord link?
I mean,
I still like going in
it's
there.
hard. You have to have someone in there that's constantly trying to have events and entertain people if you want it to be a lively space. Otherwise, it's just like a note board.
Is that
Yeah,
why
that's
you
fine.
like putting
Yeah, that's
the like you like having conversations with Dank so much in there? Because it
Me
just keeps
personally?
everybody, keeps everybody on their toes.
I
all the
don't
time,
I
trying
don't
to-
I,
I don't know.
I don't entertain Dank. He's just kind of one of the guys.
Yeah,
I don't like the troll mindset for entertainment. I like real
correct.
conversations. But
And I feel
appreciate
sometimes
that
it's trolly.
he sticks around because he's
Yeah, but it does keep people engaged, even if they're all just attacking him all the time,
keep people engaged.
or he's
Yeah, but
attacking
it's just not
people.
my style. But at the same time, it's freedom of speech, so it's very welcome. He's done a good job at not attacking people. He's changed. So
Oh, hopefully, because I still feel sometimes it's like personal attacks always pop on as soon as you don't have something better to say, and that's where the troll aspect comes out.
yeah, but it's
And otherwise, it wouldn't be
different
that
now.
way. It would be if there's a different. Well, yesterday it wasn't, but now that we know better, I just like it drives a certain person I know extremely crazy, and as soon as I say remember, it's just they're just trolling for fun. Then they change
Right.
they don't feel as
Your
personally
son
attacked.
definitely
Gets personally attacked by
and-
that.
yeah,
Gets very upset.
because your son wants to have a conversation and he keeps forgetting that the other person doesn't actually care what he's saying. He's just digging.
Yeah, yeah,
So-
that's my point. And he doesn't like seeing his religion being attacked at all.
Right.
He's much more strongly convicted as far as the religious aspect goes.
Well,
he does
you
not
gotta,
want
at the same time, you got
Christianity and Islam being
you got to pick
compared.
your battles wisely. Because
Well,
why are you
he's a
fighting
kid.
with someone that honestly doesn't care? Like, what's the point? What are you fighting for? Your own
Yeah,
sake?
well, and he knows that he's after a while to remind him, look, you're fighting with somebody that's like got a different mindset.
Right.
There's a
Um,
killer at the door.
Uh-huh.
Are you getting on,
know-
Kill C?
Good to see you.
Are you going to keep going with the doors there?
Yeah, go ahead. Do you know a group called and also the trees? They have
Take
doors
a
for
long
sound.
holiday. Let your children play.
My husband just showed me the new band that he found called And Also the Trees. They actually have 15 some albums out, and they're sort of doors-ish.
Interesting.
Also the Trees is some to me it was a totally obscure unknown band, but he's been playing their music in the last week or so. He does this. He gets on these tricks and kicks where he just plays the same stuff over and over.
Mm.
But there was so much variety, but it did all kind of sound like that kind of sound.
I'll do that. That
Interesting.
reminds me of the name of a band from the early to mid 90s, the Screaming Trees.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Screaming Trees. I remember them.
I had some Screaming Trees.
Don't remember
stuff.
what they sang, but I mean, we have audio file home here.
They
There's
had
probably
they were
12,000
okay.
different-
Didn't they have
honestly,
the Strange Days? That 3 Strange Days, wasn't that them?
they sucked.
No.
Fuck them. I hate Screaming Trees.
Were they alternate?
I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. They didn't
Yeah.
last. They didn't make it for me.
Yeah, Screaming Trees put me in the same mindset as like Jane's Addiction or something like that.
Oh, that was
All right, I
School
got
of-
one for you guys from the 90s.
School of
I
Fish
heard-
was 3 Strange Days.
I got one for you from I heard the other day. I hadn't heard it for like 30 years. The lyrics go, "Hey, what's the point of this? Hey, what's your favorite song? Maybe we should hum along. Ooh, I got
Okay.
you. What is it? I got you in my side," or something like that. Do you remember that? It was by The Flies.
No,
Anybody? The Flies?
she's batting flies all
Nope.
over his face there.
Don't
I
remember
got you
that.
where I want you. I got you where I want you.
No,
That doesn't ring a bell. Last Dance.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Damn.
nope.
All right, that was a one-hit wonder I heard on the radio the other day. Like, should I play it right now?
Yeah.
I mean, if this gets canceled, what do we have? Like 7 views? I don't really give two
Wait.
fucks. Dude.
There's the Screaming
Wait.
Trees big hit.
Where?
There was what's the song you're talking about? I'll try to find it.
No, I'll get it right here. I'm gonna screen share.
Oh,
this
you
shit.
you know it.
Flies.
The Flies.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
remember the Flies.
I don't remember
I
the
can't
flies
believe
either.
this.
I remember
Never
that
heard
Screaming Trees song though.
Suffer, suffer, you won't get no other. It had this rap breakdown. It was really bad. The rap
Now, do
breakdown.
people?
If I come
Do
up
the
with the
people in the
flies, it comes up with a play instead of a band.
Do the people in the chat see when I post a link on the YouTube chat?
I
Like,
I
do they
can
see
see. Yeah, you have
Yes.
the ability to do it in
Okay.
public chat. Yeah,
Let's see.
we can't
Let's
click on
see.
it, but we can copy paste it.
I'm playing
Oh,
the
you can't
flies
click
right
on it?
now.
It's
right
clickable.
now,
on
all
that.
the Last Dance can do the click on. He's got the click on level of postability.
You're just not high enough to totem pole if it's already
I
pressed.
guess not.
Now I
Just
feel like a
stick it in the
joke.
back door.
That's hilarious.
I'll just post it. Yeah, I'll just post it in the back chat.
All right, here we go. We're sharing. Here we go. Copyright
This is the
strike coming
flies.
I'm
Everybody just
listening
make
to it right
random
now.
noises throughout this to keep the strikes down.
I'm already singing along on my own channel.
up. Where's the fucking sound? What's happening?
I hear it.
I can hear it. I can hear it.
Oh, you guys can hear it?
Oh, I remember this song. I hated this song.
Wait, can you hear it?
I
or
remember
not?
this song.
What
Yeah, I
the
can
noise
hear it.
of you?
I hear it.
What the fuck is happening with my thing? You can't
You
hear
don't
it.
remember this Last Dance?
No.
You guys are bullshitting me. You can't hear it.
No, we
I
can hear it.
I
I can
can.
hear it.
We can hear it.
Yeah, Katie Holmes is there. You're right,
Katie, yeah, that's her.
dude. This is all about the Dawson Creek era. Then
All right,
Oh,
what
I
the
don't even know
fuck?
that.
That's
I heard it.
You like that
That's-
song?
I heard it.
you where I
Something like
want
that.
you.
All right.
I don't like it, but I heard it.
I hated almost everything from that time period.
Yeah, dude. And mainstream radio started to get.
I had a baby during that time period.
And
All
it's
through the
never came back
90s.
since.
I had a
Yeah, you got to
baby
dig
through
for
5.
small bands to
until
find good music these
2000.
days.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
music that's been put out since then, just not anything that's on the radio.
Right.
But no, wait, dude, you had to like Blink 182. I thought they
No.
were just a fun
I don't know,
punk
man.
band. No,
I mean, the
you know-
very
No.
early stuff I tolerated. I think I
You
even
know,
had
almost-
the Take Off Your Pants and Jacket album or CD or whatever it was.
There's people now
Oh.
that don't know the originals that have been remade 2 or 3 different times by reboots, and they think it's the original because they have no idea that these songs have been redone 4 times.
Well, I liked all the small things because, frankly, the
All the
production of it
Small things.
and the drums, like Travis Barker was a really good drummer.
Well,
And, like,
I saw this
That's
list
the
the other.
epitome of punk to me.
Why
was
don't
the
you do-
drums.
A tribute to the guy that just died, Dwight Tilley. Do a tribute to him. Do his song, his only one-hit wonder song.
I would if I knew who he was.
I'm on
Oh,
I just
fire.
saw Smokesteve. I saw
You know
a
the
thing.
song?
It was a list of the best drummers, and he was like that. Travis dude was like in the top 25 of the best drummers of all time list.
He's
Hmm.
a
Which I
fabulous
was-
drummer.
Yeah, I
Fabulous.
didn't realize he was that good.
He's awesome. He's talked about amongst drummers. He's a drummer's drummer. There's a fill he does near the beginning of All the Small Things that is so fast and slick. It's like you got to be maybe a music guy to recognize it, but I know you guys like good music, and when you hear somebody do something that's crazy, you're like, wow, that's hard to do. He did that all the time. Like, he's a great drummer. The rest of the band, who is it? Is it Mark Hopper? Is that one of their names? And the other guy, one of them's into aliens and like the supernatural, like crazy ghosts and shit.
Are you talking about those dudes from Blink 182?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the leads, the main dude. He's the alien dude.
Right, ghost
Alien.
hunters, aliens, yeah. UFOs.
Frank Black, the lead singer of the Pixies.
Pixies, yeah. And he had Frank Black and the Catholics, Black Francis.
Yeah, I didn't like a lot of that stuff though.
He's got some fun stuff, but it's mostly fun. I mean,
I mean,
whoever
Frank
heard of
Black by
Pong?
himself before he went to with
Come
Frank
on.
Black and the Catholics.
Pong. That song's awesome.
Yeah, but I
You
don't think
know?
that was with Frank Black and the Catholics. That was just Frank
Yeah.
Black.
Yeah, well, I don't care what his band was called, if he called himself, but whatever happened to Pong.
Right.
I had
know
it
what you're
when I
talking
was a little girl.
Miss me. What Dwight Tilley? Who are they and
Okay.
what's their genre?
Well, the only song they give him credit for is he's a writer. of many songs, and he worked with Tom Petty before in the past. But he said that, and I just got to say he just died a couple days ago, and I guess "I'm on Fire" is his main hit, and so you might want to check that. I don't know. I was about to look it up for you. I think that's the song. "Ooh, I'm on fire." I think that's that song, but I'm not sure.
That's Bruce
That's Bruce
Springsteen.
Springsteen. The other one. Well, then go the other one.
That's
I don't
what I
know
was
this.
thinking.
He may have written it. Don't know, but I just saw that he died, and I don't like when musicians died. I hate
Sure,
musicians
sure.
when they die. So, and there's a
Twilly.
whole bunch of them.
Wait a
Yeah,
second.
just look them
Wait a
up.
second.
Just for fun.
It's Twilly, right? Not Tilly.
Tilly.
Twilly.
Twilly? I don't know.
That's a fire song by
Twilly.
Springsteen. I don't
Different.
know.
Yeah, I don't know any of these things.
His number
I don't
one
know
song
crap.
on Spotify with
It says I'm on fire
2
or
million
something.
views is "Old Time Rock and Roll."
That's not it. I don't even know what that is. I don't know any of this stuff. Because my brain is half alive and half awake after this point. Because I stayed up like last night until about 8 o'clock this morning, and then I kind of slept on and off all day. So I'm just
party
waking up,
hard.
which is why I'm just getting food. Breakfast at dinner time, you know.
You party harder than me, that's for sure.
I don't even party. It's funny. I haven't done that since 30 years ago.
This is for Smokesteve's
30 years.
wife. All that she wants is another baby. She's going
Oh,
tomorrow for
no.
it. Whoa.
All that she wants is another baby. She's going
He's
tomorrow.
going tomorrow
Oh, yeah.
for it.
I remember that song.
What band?
Ace of Base, bro.
Yeah, Ace of
Oh.
Base.
I Saw the Sun.
I
Not the
saw
same.
the sign.
Yeah, I don't
Opened
really.
up my eyes.
I don't remember
You know
this
what?
stuff.
What tripped me out about that song wasn't necessarily the song. It was the way her accent made her say like I saw. I
The
thought her
sun.
pronounce. Yeah, exactly. I thought the pronunciation was cooler than the song. Like I would rewind it and listen to her say it just to hear the way her accent sounded. Plus, the lead singer was cute, but it wasn't like the song was horrible.
I just brought it up because someone brought up Ace of Spades, and I was
Ace
picking
of
on him.
Spades.
But Ace of Base was one of the
Motorhead.
first albums my sister ever bought. When I was a kid.
I like Lemmy. He was pretty good.
Yeah.
He had,
Yeah, Lemmy lived and died by it. Rock and roll.
He did die.
He had no fears of it. Other people would sober up around Lemmy, and Lemmy never just. He always drank till he died, basically.
A lot of them do.
Yeah, it seems like alcohol is what takes most of them out. All the hard drugs they do, and it's alcohol that takes them out.
Yeah. I mean, and you're surprised that Ozzy's still alive.
He's
considering. What's even worse is because surprising that Keith Richards is still alive.
I haven't seen Ozzy Osbourne in a long time, though. Like, I don't even know what state of mind he is in now.
He's in a rough place now.
Hospitalized.
Yeah, I saw him a few weeks ago, and he's not looking good.
Yeah. But he's only 70-something. That's not really that old. My father-in-law's older than that.
He's got the Parkinson's, and it's hitting him real bad.
Is Sharon
I just am surprised that he's alive because of all the alcohol.
Is he still hitting the alcohol?
I think that there was some times when they went for cold sober and stuff, and they've probably been sober on and off. But, I mean, I read an article way back when they tried to be, but it didn't stick.
Right.
I think that the Queen of England should give him kingship and raise him from the level.
Do you mean the King of England?
The new king.
There's no
the
queen.
king, the King of England. Like, so
knight him?
He's known as he's known as the Prince of Darkness. So I think he should be known as the King of Darkness.
No, just give him a knighthood like Sir Paul and all the rest of those guys, right?
Should be higher than knight. He's Ozzy Osbourne.
No, they're not going to do that. Those low-class people. They're like low-class people. No way.
He's widely recognized as the first heavy metal singer of all time.
But the rest of the guys in Sabbath are still alive. That's not true.
Are we still saying Ozzy Osbourne here?
Yes.
So many people hate that man, like my husband.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Black Sabbath, the first album came out in 1968. Black Sabbath.
Yeah.
The band, the album title, Black Sabbath.
Yes.
There was
one
no
that I
heavy
revere
metal
that I'm
before
not allowed to listen to.
Yeah.
But I think Iron Maiden is actually better, and they have a better following, and they were the new wave of rock and roll at the time.
I listen to Iron Maiden, baby.
I love Iron Maiden. I'm sorry, Steve
Wow,
Harris.
look
is
at you.
awesome. Okay.
Quoting
Wow,
Wheat-
with
Steve Harris
what-
is
on me.
awesome.
That's nice of him.
Wait, who's a Wheatus fan here? Wheatus?
No, I'm not a Wheatus fan.
That was you, RW,
That
right?
was me singing. That's the only song I remember when it comes to Iron Maiden, and that's not Iron Maiden. I was just singing it.
No,
Alright.
it's the band Wheatus. Is the name of
Wheatus.
that band?
That's like
Yeah,
the
I've
only
never heard
song
of
they
them.
did, though, right? That
They
came
had a
out.
lot more songs. It's the only one
Who?
that you and I know of, though. But
Right.
What
I
song?
like that song.
I'm dumb. I
I've
don't know
got
what
2
song.
tickets to Iron Maiden.
It was teenage
Oh,
teenage
you're-
dirtbag.
Dirtbag. Yep.
You're making fun of Iron Maiden. Oh, I see.
I'm
No,
not
they're
making
not.
Iron
They're-
Maiden.
I see.
They're paying homage to them with that.
Homage. Okay.
But the kid's voice was so like he literally got no testosterone in puberty, and he's like an adult male. Did you remember his voice from that song, RW? It's fucking bizarre, dude. It's
Yeah,
so high.
It's unique.
That's a
It's
guy?
probably-
I always
It's a
thought that was
guy.
a girl segment.
No, it's a dude. The video's cool. It's like old school.
Really?
Topple wants us to talk about like Tool and other bands or something
I
like
don't
that.
like
Alice in
Tool.
Chains. He just
No.
wants to
Yeah,
talk
those
about
are
Alice in
90s
Chains.
bands then. The 90s.
All right,
90s
let's keep
metal.
the
Nu
shitty
metal.
music going here with another shitty band and shitty song. It was the band Len, Steal My Sunshine.
Don't remember it.
Hey, won't you steal my sunshine? You
Steal my sunshine.
You
Never heard
remember
of
that, right? Oh,
Never heard of
it's-
it.
It's horrible.
I'm an
That's-
80s
That's
kid.
early 2000s, right?
Okay.
No, that's
I only
90s.
know the 80s.
Oh, God.
I don't know the 90s because I had my baby and I was doing all kind of bad things before that. So first half of the 90s was the drug years. The second half of the 90s was the mother years. And
Flaming
all the whole
Lips.
90s, I don't remember most of it because I was busy either with diapers or drugs.
Flaming
one
Lips
of the
are good.
two.
I don't know
Last
the
Dance-
names off the
Flaming
top of
Lips.
my
Did
head.
they do that
but,
song
you know,
Vaseline? The
Yeah.
Flaming Lips. Something
Yeah,
with
Last
Vaseline,
Dance.
I
You're a
remember.
Flaming Lips guy. You like that sort of shit, right? Like
Flaming
weirdo
Lips.
fucking rock and shit.
We
Flaming
liked
I
it.
like I like the
Weirdo
Flaming Lips.
rock. Weirdo.
Weirdo rock. It's just
Yeah, right.
alternative.
Flaming
Didn't they
Lips
call
are
it
a great
all
live
alternative?
band.
Maybe that. Did I'm thinking of a CD I got
How
with
about
like
punk?
a
Can we get
cow
into
and
punk?
shoes. Was that the Flaming Lips?
Oh, she
what is
don't
it?
use jelly. Yes.
Yes, she used
What'd you-
Vaseline.
She don't use jelly or any of these. She
Yeah, that's
uses Vaseline.
Wow, Topple, really? He just toppled
That's
the whole
right.
thing with that. I forgot that
That's
song.
right.
That was like 25 years.
That is the
forgotten,
Flaming
bro.
Lips.
Well done, kid. Crown for Topple.
They
Very
were around
well.
the same time like Bush,
Bush sucks. I hate that guy, Gavin DeGraw.
Gavin, whatever.
they're
Yeah,
still
he's
around.
still out there now. He's still out
he
doing
was
things
fucking
now.
shit. He was
I
shit.
saw him on
dude.
TV not too long ago trying to promote something.
That song,
Gavin Ross.
that song
I
that
think.
was about that shit you put in cars. What's it called? Kerosene or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Gasoline?
Vaseline?
No, not Vaseline. That was the Flaming Lips.
No.
Kerosene.
I'll tell
Yes.
you-
What car do you have that you're putting kerosene in it? That's what I want to know.
I'll tell you.
That was an
I'll ta-
actual one. Kerosene was one. I think it was on the second album, maybe.
Lee's still awake.
Glycerine?
What's going on, Lee?
Glycerine?
I was
Glycerine.
gonna
That's
say-
the
There
one.
you go.
You got it. It
What?
took you a minute, but you got it.
Glycerine,
That was
yeah.
good. Glycerine or glycerin.
I'll
was
ta-
good.
I'll ta- I'll ta-
God, it's been forever.
Glycerine!
That song sucks, dude.
Just jump in, Lee. Just jump in
I
and
actually
keep
kinda
going.
like
I was going to say, I'll tell you a true story, but this is my brush with the music industry. Okay, when I was about 10 or 11, maybe a bit younger, I was at primary school in a place called Kempsey in Worcestershire.
Watch your
And-
sister.
And what happened is that a band came knocking on the school door and said, "We need like young kids, backing singers. Do you have one at the school?" Now we didn't, but the headmaster thought on his feet and went, "Yeah, we can do that." Because down the road was a famous. It's been demolished now, unfortunately, but there was a famous studio called the Old Smithy, which had bands like, which I didn't appreciate at the time, as you can imagine, that had recorded there with like Judas Priest. There were people like Black Sabbath had recorded there. A whole load of famous artists, really from the West Midlands, that had made it. So we go in and we do the backing that we've got to do. And I am on the single, I don't know if you've heard it, by Roy Wood, which had a band called Wizard, which was I wish it could be Christmas every day. I don't know if you know this song, but I'm actually on that record, and it charted as well. So that's my claim to fame.
Oh man, I thought you were gonna say that it was going to where you can't eat your pudding before you eat your meat.
How can you eat your pudding if you don't eat your meat, Ethan?
Just recall
I'll tell
that
you what,
back
though.
in the day, I did not know pudding meant dessert. You know, I figured it was like an actual literal pudding, like which is a savory
The most amazing thing though about that whole experience was that there we were in this famous music studio where other artists had been, with this band that we were going to be on a record, and all we were interested in was that somehow the studio had managed to get one of the first Space Invaders machines into the UK, and we were absolutely gobs. All we kept doing is getting told off because we were on this Space Invaders machine, which you didn't have to put money in either, so it was free goes, and that's all we ended up kept getting bollocked about. Will you please get away from the arcade machine? Oh, yeah.
I just got my second ship. Get off it. Get out of here.
The sound effects from that machine, because I did play that when I was a kid. I don't know.
What's it? The fire like yeah. Back in the day.
There's some of the older games that I don't see how people replay it, like Pac-Man. I can't replay that game more than 3 or 4 times.
You had to have the Pac-Man 3D version to have fun with it. That's the only way it became fun.
It's very true.
The original one, it was like, oh god, and then the remakes and the Ms. Pac-Man and all the, it had its time. Elevator Action I still like when you can find it in a console and an arcade. You can find some of these things, like they have this arcade place near there that has like old games.
I miss arcades. I really miss them.
Yeah, some place to go.
I couldn't afford them now. They'd probably be like $5 a go, but.
This place near us, and it doesn't have a whole bunch of games, but it's basically you can pay like a whole $4 for the whole day.
What?
And go and replay all the games you want. Yeah.
Do the arcades actually work in that arcade?
Yeah, they have some newer games
miracle.
and some older ones. They have the newer ones are like you can't. No, they don't. They have only Japanese directions, so unless you know Japanese, you have no idea what they're saying.
Just smash buttons.
But well, there's one I really like, and it's actually like a rhythm game where you get these drumsticks and you get to beat on these giant drums.
Oh, cool.
To the dots on the screen.
What are those big Japanese drums called that they have the big sticks they play? Kodo?
I have no idea. But you get to play the drums to the dance music, and you can hit the sides of the drums or the top of the drums, and you can hit combos if you're really good, which I'm horrible at. I think the best I ever got was like 85%.
See, I think Steve had it right. In the beginning of this feed tonight, he was talking about Zelda, and I really got into it for Super Nintendo, and I will replay the hell out of that game for the rest of my life. But all the newer stuff, I just can't vibe with.
Have you played the whatever the Zelda was that was a couple years ago in the Wii?
No, I did the last one I played was like Twilight Princess or something.
Yeah,
years ago.
I think that's what it was. I
think that's the one I have now.
10 years, probably.
I have this one now, and there's no directions, right?
Yeah.
You're supposed to pick up shit and make bridges and hang hooks on stuff.
I got as far as catching the fish for the cat to get something.
I don't even have a sword yet. Like the old one, you started out and you're traveling through these.
They don't believe in violence anymore, Steve. Now it's just about.
You follow me though? He reaches for a sword and he looks at his hand. There's no sword there.
That's right. It's all about hugging
now. Go to
the
cave and get one.
Hugging and giving.
Eventually, I'm getting a sword, but it'd be nice to start the fucking game off with a sword, dude.
Like the Obliterator 6000.
Then you can pick up stones, but then I'm trying to throw the stones and they're fucking going over the head of the thing I'm throwing them at. Come on, do better, Zelda. That's what I'm
I
talking.
got as far as the second Zelda game in the regular old Nintendo, because that's
The
all I had. We
original
didn't get
Nintendo. Those
yeah,
Zeldas
we
are
didn't
hard
get
as
an
shit.
original Nintendo until I was a adult, because as a teen we weren't allowed video game. Like all we had was Pong, and after Pong, my parents decided they weren't going to buy us any more video game crap.
Dude, the old
And
Nintendo Zeldas, you had to
it was
have
good.
pattern recognition down to a T.
Oh, wait a second. We had a sword? I didn't realize we had a sword. My wife lost a sword.
How do you lose a sword?
It's her fault.
That's why every time I went for the sword, he just looks at his hand because the sword was. All right, we're
Then-
starting a new game.
Yeah, there you go. Then the character just looks right at Steve's wife and shakes his head.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so
I got
I'm
like-
off, everybody. Have a good week.
Oh,
I'll
good
see
to
you
see you,
soon.
Lee.
Take care.
Good
Yeah,
good to
you
hear
guys.
from you, Lee.
All right. Bye.
Right.
Bye.
My son told me yesterday about the Skyrim reference I didn't even know about, when they talk about things having straight swords and curved swords. I didn't
How's that
even
a
know
Skyrim
anything about it.
I
I don't
play
know. He said
Skyrim.
something about that someone has curved swords, some scimitar or something. In this other game, they talk about such and such has very straight swords. Very straight swords. He said it was an Easter egg reference to
sword's
Skyrim or
straight.
something. There's something about it. And I'm like, I thought
Really?
about that too, that it was meant to be a reference to particular body parts. But he said no, it was actually a video game reference to another game.
Usually,
talking
if
about
you hear someone
curved
talking about
swords.
getting an arrow in the knee, that's when it's a Skyrim reference.
Yeah, that would be different
I don't
too.
remember the sword one.
I don't know anything about scimitars being extremely curvy. He
Well,
said
they
something
are.
about that.
My sword talk was specifically about body parts.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
He said it was
Yeah, I know.
extremely straight, but he wasn't.
I know.
talking
Men are always sword
guys.
fighting.
It's more of
Have
a
you guys ever?
I've
He's
never
seen
sword
sword
fight.
fighting.
I've never sword fighted with another man.
That's good. That's very good.
My name is
Keep
Inigo
it that
Antoya.
way.
You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Have you ever
Let's see. I remember that
watched-
movie.
Have you guys ever watched a show? It goes by the name of Forged in Fire. Great
Yeah,
show.
I have.
No.
I like it when the Asian guy goes, "It will kill."
Yeah, most of it will kill.
That's the only part I watch for.
Is that
Yeah.
that's like a reality TV show of blacksmiths, right? No.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I never watched it. I like blacksmithing, but I've never watched
It's not
it.
bad.
Reality
It's not bad.
television.
Pretty good.
But
It's
you see
pretty
one,
good.
you see one, and you've seen them all. They're real. There's not much of variation between. They do make different knives, but how many knives can you make?
Did you guys watch Iron Chef back in the day?
Yes.
Original
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
American?
the Japanese one.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I like that because all the food they bring out, you're like, what the hell is any of the stuff they're cooking with right now? Like that's not. Where is that from? It's got
Yeah,
eyeballs.
I used to do that to learn where things were and learn about food, because I think I'm a foodie, but I don't get to eat very much of it.
My favorite episode from the original Iron Chef was an ingredient called natto, which was fermented soybeans that were in this sticky, disgusting, slimy
paste.
sauce. It was just soybeans suspended in the slime, and that was the ingredient, natto.
I heard
And
of it.
That's
they
Last Dance is salivating.
they made incredible dishes out of it. It's a
Sounds good.
it's like ultimate umami. That
Mhm.
thing. It's very funky. It's very strong. And
What do you think about that cheese that the maggots eat? That they eat the cheese and the maggots at the same time? I know you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, I
Don't
do.
like that idea.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't either, but I don't like
it's
maggots.
like a brie cheese, and they have these maggots that
No.
eat it, and that's
It's
No.
in Italy. They outlawed it
thanks.
in the European Union, but you can still get it illegally
wouldn't do
from
it.
some places. It's not like
Yeah.
because it's
maggots. There you
it's
go.
traditional. But yeah, what do I think about it? I would not
Gross.
consume that.
What about the 100-year-old egg?
I would
Nope.
not. I would
No
not
balut.
consume that.
Oh my god! Like, could you imagine?
No Chinese
Yeah, I
fermented
died.
egg.
What?
Yeah, and I would not eat balut. I will eat a lot of
Like
things, but
baby unfermented,
I made the
undeveloped duck.
bullet video. It's not as bad as you think. It's just like a hard-boiled egg, and there's some crunch in the middle.
I
I
don't
wouldn't,
fermented.
I'm not out
fermented
there to
eggs.
eat weird shit. That's disgusting. I want to eat good shit. I'll if some French chef says, "Here's a steak that's cooked ultra rare and it's practically raw, but it tastes delicious. You'll love it." I'll eat a raw steak. I'll eat some raw shit.
Steak tartare.
You just gotta
Whatever.
drink some really strong alcohol at the same time to kill the parasites, and you're good.
Fine, fine. But I ain't eating some fucking weird thing from over yonder that is weird.
There's
I'll eat some
every country has a fermented food that they like somewhere.
Tabasco,
some kind of
man.
fermented stuff.
That's American, right?
But I mean, well,
that's
pepper
aged
sauce.
for at least a year.
You mean pepper sauce? Because that's pepper sauce.
Well, Tabasco in
Tabasco's a
itself,
brand.
the
Yeah.
process, yeah.
Yeah. So, but I'm like every country has its own fermented crap. I'm not much for fermented. I mean, we all like wine. I don't even like wine. I'm allergic.
What about the booch? You guys like kombucha? I'm growing some.
No.
It's fucking disgusting.
I don't want any fermented anything except for I'm trying to think of what fermented I could eat. I'm sure there's something
beer
that I'm just not thinking. No, I don't like that either. It tastes like soap.
I only drink.
It's like shampoo.
About
the hell kind of beer?
Tastes like shampoo.
What kind of beer or what kind of shampoo do you use?
I don't. It's nasty. Shampoo. It's just beer to me. I like beer and cheese. I love beer cheese. There you go.
How about cilantro?
Beer cheese is great.
I like cilantro.
That can taste like soap.
Not by
Do
itself.
you have that gene that makes it taste like soap?
Yes, I heard
no.
that's a real thing.
It is a real thing.
Earl Grey tea, does that taste like soap?
No, it
I like
tastes
Earl
like
Grey,
tea.
but it gives me heartburn.
Depends how recent Earl.
I can put cream in it. It's fine. If you don't put cream in it, I don't. It's too strong.
Well, my kid does not like cilantro. She thought she
like
did.
soap?
Well, she thought she liked it, and then like eventually she was eating her whatever burrito, fajita, whatever I made her, whatever we made together, and she was like, something tastes funny, like. And then I said, let's try it without cilantro. We came up with that idea, and she was like, yeah, it tastes great. We're like, okay, now we know.
To me, it makes things more spicy. If you put it in with the normal like tacos that have the cilantro and onions and meat,
Yes,
I don't like either one because it makes the onions more oniony. And
well, I don't
spicy.
like it. I think it tastes like crap too. So I think my kid got it from me. I used to like it, but then it was funny. She sees us putting it in, and then she's like, "No, I think it's gross." And then after she says it, then I'm like, "I think it's gross too. It is fucking gross." And
But what about guacamole?
High five. So
what about guacamole though? Because
now after all of that, just the wife is left with the cilantro. We're both like, keep that shit away,
But it's like a key ingredient in certain things. Like for me, in guacamole, if it's missing,
I don't like it in guacamole.
Noticeably missing.
I just like plain avocado. I don't like tomatoes or onions.
I love
Nasty.
cilantro. I don't know.
So
I
it's
know a lot of
a
people
miracle flavor.
Parsley, right? It's
I'll
basically
give
meant
you
to be
that.
parsley.
RW,
not
I'll
like
give you
parsley.
that. It works
Similar.
in small
Looks
amounts.
like
It
parsley.
works. It works in guacamole.
I thought it was like Mexican parsley, but I don't know. I'm dumb.
No,
I don't like.
It looks similar, but it's very different to grow, and it's very different tasting.
I don't like parsley either. Come to think of it.
And what do they call it?
Parsley is boring to me personally. I don't really. To me, it's like a garnish that doesn't really have much value as.
Yeah, it's not a very
It's supposed to be the
flavor-rich
palate
item.
cleanser.
Well, do you know what they call it in French cuisine when it's in its dried form?
Coriander.
Poo poo.
She got it right. She got it right.
It's coriander. That's the
Correct.
seeds for parsley, and it's cilantro. I don't know what the hell.
No, that's not correct. That is not correct. Coriander is the seed of cilantro.
Yeah,
correct.
That's the seed.
Right. Okay, but that has nothing to do with parsley.
No, it's the seeds. It's the cilantro seed. That is nasty, anyways. It's not as bad in seed form.
Yeah, coriander
Ground
can
up.
work on chicken with coriander in time, I think. But
yeah,
cilantro in its leaf form, man, it tastes funkadunk. I don't like it. I'm out.
Soapy.
What about
Except, like I said, RW, just a pinch. In Last Dance, you'll agree.
Yeah, you can put a little
you get
tiny
garlic. You get garlic. You get some good lemon juice. Sea salt.
Thyme is better, I think.
Has to be
than
from the sea,
cilantro.
and then a little bit of cilantro goes in to make a great guacamole.
I think you should change your lemon to lime, and I think you're gonna level up.
What do you think about salts? When you talk about salts, like sea salt versus pink salt versus the gourmet rare
I like
salts.
Himalayan.
Do they have different flavors for real? Can we
All
tell?
salt, all salt
Yes.
is sea salt.
Yes,
I like
but is it
Himalayan, but
the white
Celtic
sea
salt is
salt,
also
or is
good.
it the pink salt that's mined out of the mountains, or blue salt, or the colored blah blah blah?
The one
What
salt I
about the
can't
egg
do
salt?
is black salt that has the high sulfur content. I'm not a big fan of that one.
The
There was
black salt, is that what comes out of Vietnam?
Couldn't get it.
I'm
at
not
the
sure where it
store.
comes from.
Black
Is it an
salt.
egg shape?
Scum,
You
your mic's really low, buddy.
Black salt. You crazy, man?
There was a shortage of like salt here, and like my buddies were trying to go to the store and buy salt, and they couldn't. They found out there was an actual like shortage.
Come on.
Iodized salt or the other non-iodized salt?
Well, what were they doing? Tequila shots?
I have no idea what he was doing with it. Who knows?
I mean,
What store?
I'm sure this guy puts it on everything. I don't.
this story sounds sus. What buddy of yours is going to the store to buy salt?
Is it the kind of guy that puts it on watermelon?
Ooh, no wonder all the watermelons are rotting.
Who's this
Floating
buddy?
all over.
And
I
he's
don't know.
Canadian. You're telling me he wasn't buying any maple syrup? Come on.
Who knows?
Why?
It
It's
was.
expensive there.
Apparently, maple syrup is one of the top 10 lists for most bootlegged faked foods sold in the world.
Bootleg, like they put corn syrup in there and call it maple syrup.
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Olive oil is the worst.
I had maple syrup that was in a can from Canada. It was like it was a little tiny can. It was like super expensive. My mom gave it to me once because my uncle had it.
What was
And I'm
it?
like, that's
Spray cheese?
expensive.
What'd you say?
Maple syrup.
Oh, maple syrup. Okay.
It's similar.
It's a
Similar.
little tiny
Steve.
can, like a little oil can. It looked like.
Oil can Boyd. All right, I
It
got
looked
you.
like a little tiny oil can.
I can see olive oil definitely aphid being watered down with grains and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, there's some olive oil is like ridiculously
Grades.
expensive. Like
There's
this
grades
this
of olive
tall
oil,
thing
right?
is like $100 or more.
What?
And
Depends on what
Yeah.
olives are going into it.
Were those hand pressed by a sultan in the Middle East, or
I think it's
No,
like
it's hand pressed by
Italian.
a Portuguese. A Portuguese lady that's some virgin is stomping your olives or pressing them. I mean, or is it Greek olives?
I
Which
don't
olives
know.
makes the better olive oil? Greek
I
I
don't
don't
oil
know.
or
As long as
Portuguese?
they're virgin, I'm good with it. Woo.
Virgin. Oh, so virgin olive oil has been pressed by virgins. 72 naked virgins in
What
the
then-
imam's
What the
courtyard.
hell? What the hell is extra virgin olive oil?
2 extra virgins.
How is it possible to be an extra virgin?
Very nice, yes.
She hasn't even thought of it.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, but
And it hasn't.
to
She
olive
hasn't
oil.
diddled either. But I'm not
It's
going
pressed
there.
by 5-year-olds, okay? 5-year-olds.
Jesus.
cold
Oh,
pressed
Lord.
cold pressed olive oil is the most expensive, but it's the most real.
Pure form of olives.
It's not $100 a bottle. Like I've never seen that. I'd love to see what that is and why. But it's still,
Gourmet
Yeah, I would
olives.
never spend $100 for a bottle of olive oil. Actually, well, Last Dance would know this, but I don't spend more than about $4 or $5 on some olive oil.
Yeah, but
I
you-
don't
you
even like
don't mean
olives. I
truffle
can't
oil,
stand
right?
olives.
You don't mean truffle oil, right, Aphid?
No, I'm
That
talking
is
about
also
olive oil.
something that's very truffle oil. I can assume is also something that's very
If
because of
you're buying
expenses.
truffle oil for less than $1,000, it's not truffles.
It's the
Okay,
other
I
stuff
found
that
it
might
here. The
taste
shortage.
truffle.
The shortage is a result of bitter workplace dispute in Eastern Canada that's entering its 7th month.
Damn.
Shortage of what? Salt or maple syrup?
Shortage.
Those workers are pretty salty.
My buddy went to the stores, like 3 stores, couldn't find any salt the other day. And
Oh
I'm
my
like, are
God.
you serious?
Can't you get imported salt from America?
Isn't that crazy?
You just start seeing that across the border, man. Truckloads of it.
I think the whole
Shit, we
fact
take
was that
Canadian
were
medication.
shocked that you couldn't find fucking salt because it's just something you wouldn't think there would be a shortage of for whatever reason.
We buy medicine over the border all the time, so we can get it cheaper.
From Canada?
In Mexico, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Here's
that's
some-
you're going to get it a lot cheaper if you buy it. Of course,
Some
you might.
huge
get
distributor,
it different.
Windsor Salt.
Here's some $400 olive oil.
That was a huge fucking.
Show this olive oil, bro.
Weird.
I'll put it in the back chat.
Talking about stupid
Dude,
expensive
back
things.
that
What do you
oil.
think about hash browns now? If you eat at the McDonald's, the hash browns are like $2 each now or something.
They gotta be
$1.60,
fresh off the grill to
$1.89.
actually accept the cancer that comes with them.
Oh,
But
jeez.
I just curious because I noticed that after they don't process them anymore. They only buy Weston Lamb, I think, the brand that makes the patties, which you can buy at your grocery store for $10 or $8 for the whole 20 of them. And it's the same hash browns company, but for a while they actually had 2 years they were out of the stores because they had to give every bit of their content to McDonald's. Like
sorry,
they had no inventory. The
one
company
second.
that makes them.
Missed me. So he just put something in the back chat. It's literally it's cold pressed olive oil, extra virgin, blah blah blah, and $407 for 16 ounces. All about this pure C60 carbon fuelerines. I've never heard of that. It's got to be some type of medicinal thing.
It is organic, so that's going to make
the quality
it more
of olives
expensive.
like
organic
capsaicin is
by
for peppers?
$400.
Is that like capsaicin for peppers?
Here we go. C60 is thought to be the most powerful antioxidant yet known. C60 neutralizes the free radicals that cause oxidative stress.
Okay.
I think it's snake oil more than anything.
It sounds like pseudoscience to me.
Yeah.
Curatives.
Go for the $7 bottle. I mean, at the most.
I don't cook with it that much. I use butter, actually, to be honest. I like butter better, except it does burn, so you have to watch it.
That's a link to a Forbes article that says 80% of olive oil is faked.
That sounds about right.
That's
There's
fair
no
enough.
olive oil. There's no olive oil in olive oil.
There's no olives in the olive oil?
Yeah, because
That's
they
kind of
can
like
easily mix it with grain oil.
When I cook with it, I'm fine with it. So if it's fake, I could care less. I'm paying for the cheap stuff.
Well, we bought a bottle of olive oil today. It was a big.
Well,
big,
look at Smokesteve. I mean, he's kind of looks like a chick almost.
He's
It was a big.
Have trans lives.
It was a big glass square jar that basically it says like fair trade olive oil malt, and then it lists like 3 countries, and it was like $12.99 for 33 ounces or so, a liter.
If you look at that container though, and it doesn't say first cold press, then it's mixed.
It did.
Okay, at that point, that's as real as it gets. When it comes to the stuff that Aphid's showing, that stuff has to like cure male pattern baldness or something when you rub it on your head. There's no way. There's no way.
But this stuff,
know it works.
This stuff could be from literally 3 different countries, or simultaneously, like they're not guaranteeing anything of point of origin from the bottle I bought. It's more or less Star Market, which is like Shaw's Star Market. Who knows what? But
so it's sourced from who knows what.
I don't even know.
And then
Like
created and distributed in New York or New Jersey or something.
Jersey's pretty famous for mixing
bottling and
together.
Yeah.
Well, what
you
they're
mean you could
saying
have some
is
people mixed in.
What they're saying is like over here, I could be buying the product thinking it's from probably one of the sources, but in another part of the world, or like say California, who knows if they're closer to another source or whatever, there's not going to be a lot of consistency with the product, in my opinion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
With olive oil, when you have like multiple countries and places of origin listed on the same bottle, that doesn't mean it's like a pure blend. They don't ever tell you that. I guess the ones you think are the best are probably Italian that come from one place, one whatever. I don't know, dude. What is it like
I mean, you can get like a microbrew type setup for oil and everything and pay through the teeth for it, but when you have a little shot glass of your cold pressed olive oil from Italy that you paid $300 or whatever, $20, $50 for, and then you get one from like Costco that's cold pressed, and you got a big jar of it for $20, and you taste them and they're same. I mean, at that point, you're just you're. I mean, I don't know. It's just silly.
Agreed. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to give it a shot. Pull out one of my garden fresh tomatoes, A little sea salt, right? Last Dance, right from the sea. I know
Right
you
from
Not
love
from Canada though, because that shit's gone.
Last Dance hates when you say sea salt. That's one of his biggest pet peeves. Because Last Dance, where does all salt come from?
All comes from the sea.
No. Eventually, but not everything.
Well, you certainly
Not
could make it in the lab, but
Your
you know,
potassium salts too. Don't forget, it's not all sodium chloride. There's a lot of different kind of salt. When you think about technicalities, salt is not, table salt is not the same that we think of all salts, chemistry-wise.
well, I was
I'm just
talking
going to
about
throw that
sodium
technical out
chloride.
there. Sea
At the
salt,
end of the day, it is
table
sodium
salt.
chloride with more minerals in it.
Yeah, there's iodized and non-iodized as well.
Yeah, they add the iodine.
Mm-hmm. Supposed to be better for you.
Well, yeah. Anything that's made in a lab that I'm told is better for me, I'm a little skeptical on that one. But sure.
Hey, it's better than using plastic.
We
Yeah,
only bought.
Did Italy ban that synthetic meat?
The lab-grown meat?
Yeah, they put a hardcore ban on it countrywide, like federally.
Sorry, Last Dance. You're not going to be able to get any lab-grown meat
damn
from
it.
Italy, dude.
I know.
Oh,
Last Dance was
terrible.
supposed to try it live, but when he's in
I wanted some for bolognese sauce, some lab-grown meat.
Oh
I
my
would
god!
try it.
Only
I'm
meatballs.
Wait,
I'm joking.
wait,
I'm
who
pretty
would
sure
try-
Last Dance admitted a couple weeks ago that he'd eat roadkill too.
He'd try it. Well,
Oh, dude,
but
that
who
was
here?
that was like a
We
couple
know-
months ago.
We know
He would
Last
eat
Dance would eat
roadkill.
it. I would try lab-grown meat. Would you?
Oh my
RW?
god!
I would, because it's still the same meat. It's just cloned
No, it's
itself.
not. It's grown with It's grown with cancer cells. It's a cancerous tumor.
Mm.
That's what it is.
Well, all meat's carcinogen, so
Yeah, but there's a
Technically.
difference between eating protein flesh that can give you cancer and
I
then
mean-
eating cancer.
If cancer tastes like bacon,
Dude,
it's like someone talking about
I've had
eggs,
it.
okay?
I've had it.
Vegans are yakking at me about eggs being bird periods. I'm like, okay, but if human periods tasted like bird periods, I guess I'd be eating them.
Oh my god, that's a statement.
Well, I mean, shit. Eggs taste delicious. So I don't give a crap if it's a bird period.
You know how many?
It tastes good.
You know how many human
Hold on.
female eggs you'd have to crack to make an omelet?
Yeah, that'd be
Hold-
pretty ugly. It'd be pretty tiny. But I mean,
Hold-
still, if they tasted as good.
Hold on, G. Let me run to the driveway and throw up because it's
It's okay.
Oh
I was
my
just saying it
God.
because they kept going
Take your
on about
time, throw
chicken
up here, man.
periods. So I'm just like, oh my gosh. But I like eggs. I'm not going to stop eating eggs just because you call it a bird period.
eggs.
So what? Eggs are good.
Huevos for the win.
Huevos. Yes.
All right. Yeah.
I don't even. My brain broke after that comment. I don't even know. What
But no cilantro on my huevos rancheros, okay? No cilantro with the salsa. No pico.
Huevos amigos.
No friend eggs. Yeah. I don't.
Yes.
Doesn't sound right. It sounds nasty.
Huevos amigas is female friend eggs.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right. I'd rather you say gazongas. That makes more sense than this female friend bouncy things. That's different.
Gazongas? That's what we called chicks' boobs when I was a
Yes, those are but much more fun than eggs, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
for
not
me,
much more fun than
personally.
gazongas, really.
Not really.
Now, see,
I mean, I think all
was
the
that a conversation? I'm trying to remember who was having that conversation the other day, whether or not if women and men had different parts. I'm trying to remember that, like what conversation that was in. That women, if women turned into men, they wouldn't have the same. I think it was a friend of mine the other night was saying she would be like the baby elephant, dancing around, holding its trunk. That's what she said.
I
she did.
personally
She had a
think
man
that
part for a day.
a man's chest and a female's chest are very different. And
Well, yeah, but she
I
said if
appreciate
her husband
women
ever had
together.
women parts, he would never get out of bed all day. He'd just lay there and play with them all day long.
Well, if
That's
I see my
fair
dog, and if I was, agile like that,
Yeah, dogs
I
can do it because
I
they
probably
can.
wouldn't be married.
Yeah, but you'd probably be chafed and have like dermatitis issues.
I would. I'd be in bad shape.
Yeah.
Wait, what the hell are you talking about with your dog, man?
Why does a dog lick
His
its balls?
dog's in
This is a
bad
common
shape.
question. Why does a dog lick its balls? Because it can.
That's right.
What?
Okay, this is a common meme.
I don't know. I'm not sure I would do that if I could.
But the dogs do it because they can.
Yeah, I know, but I
know.
I'm never like, damn,
It's a
I love
troll
that
question.
stanky ball smell. I want to touch that with my
You like
tongue.
that onion smell?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
every
Oh,
guy,
past
nasty.
that.
Oh, that's so nasty.
every guy
Sorry.
knows. Like in the end, they're like, "Yep." Well, in the end, I'm a fucking dog. You know, it's like men are dogs. Like essentially, I think.
I
I
don't
was
know.
just-
I mean, I don't know. Unless we're different kinds of dogs. Some of us are
I was
Chihuahuas.
just laughing at the image of my friend
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
also my
fine.
age,
What are you?
twirling
What kind of a
around
dog are you?
a thing
Special
in case
fucking
she
dog?
had it.
I only like women for what's on the inside, you know.
Is that?
The eggs.
I'm not sure how to take that. I feel like there's a little bit of a depth to that
No,
statement that's not understood.
That's it.
The
What do you mean, like
mentalness.
serial killer?
You just
Like
want-
I mean, it
you
has
just
nothing to
want
do with
be
my
on the
wife's
inside.
possibly watching over there, but
He wants the organs. He's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
cut
right.
out their organs and
He
sell
wants to
them in
make
the
some
black
omelets or
market.
something.
oh, she was listening. 'Cause now she's creeping over here.
right.
Oh, she's got her hand over her heart because she knows how wonderful of a person I am.
Yeah,
That's kind of funny.
That's what
she's
she
just
loves
saying that
about
that's
me.
hers when you die.
That's what she
Can,
loves
can
about
she
me.
see Smokesteve?
Yeah,
Can
she's
she?
watching you on the TV. Oh wait, go look at Smokesteve.
I just want to say hi, lady.
Oh,
Thanks for watching, sweetheart.
Glad you survived the conversation here.
she's waving back at you, Smokesteve.
It's like I'm never going to eat
that's nice.
omelets again.
That's nice. I like that. Thank you, man. It's a pleasure.
I'm going to bow out, gentlemen. I really appreciated this conversation. I look forward to next week if I can make it.
All right,
Good talking to you as always,
Yeah.
RW.
Safe.
Yeah.
See you, man.
Yeah.
Good
Fun,
night.
guys.
See you, buddy.
I'm surprised I've held on this long. This is the most upright I've been in almost a week.
Well, you're here now, and you're reinforcing the troops, so you ain't going nowhere, homeboy.
I'm going somewhere real soon.
Come on. I bet you RW's off to some interesting debate somewhere.
I don't know.
No, he's got kids, and it was his birthday yesterday, right?
Yeah, but I know he's got some guys. They're super interesting. You guys would totally enjoy some of the crap he gets into.
Well, I'm probably already into some of it
I know you are, for
from
sure.
the other server.
Mhm.
Sometimes, but I don't know.
Exactly.
Mrs. Lip says those glasses look exactly like the one she lost. So if you want to send them over, she'd be more than happy to.
I found these in the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh,
I was swimming off of the beach and in Holmes Beach, Anna Maria Island area. I don't remember. I know it
And
was,
that's exactly where she lost them, right?
dude. So like,
she's
I'll
been in
go
the
with-
Gulf. I don't know where she lost them, but we were.
I'm wading through the cut to get out to the sandbar with my fishing rod, and I look down and see a pair of these. These are Quays, Quay, which is kind of an expensive brand design.
Oh, is it?
And
Wasn't that not pronounced key?
I don't know, dude.
I
No,
don't
that's
know
I
either.
think my niece told me it was Quays. She was like, "Wow, Quays, you found those?" I picked them
Oh,
up with my
Smokesteve
foot.
niece. We haven't seen her in a while. She's awesome.
Yeah, I put them in my like pocket on my bathing suit and like underwater. I did it all like because I knew somebody was going to be. I was like, I want these. So like then my buddy called me out when I told him. He was like, "Wait, you didn't ask like hold them up if somebody lost them?" I was like, "No, hell no, I wanted those fuckers." He was like, "That's wrong, bro. I don't know. What do you think?" I found them under the water.
Finders keepers.
I picked
Oh,
them
yeah.
up with I picked them up with my foot and put them in my hand and into my pocket underwater so nobody would know I found them. I completely like acted like nothing was happening.
No, man. I mean, if you find some glasses on the beach, they're yours.
No, they were in the water, like 4 or 5 feet deep. It was like
Yeah,
pretty,
that's yours, dude.
Yeah,
All
only
right.
matters if you see somebody running around like frantically looking.
Yeah.
Nobody was looking. Nobody was looking.
Exactly. Someone was like running around going, "My glasses! I need my glasses!" And then you would know. But I mean, otherwise, so what?
These are so cheesy. They're so bad. I was like, fuck this person anyways. These things are horrible, but I love them. And I took them. My wife wore them. My kids wore them. Then I put them on the other night. I was like, because of this clear spot at the bottom, I can see the live stream a little bit. It's like, they're great. They're awesome. They're great cheesy sunglasses. Totally worth the money. Glad I stole them or found them. I don't know what I did with them, but they're awesome.
You
I
found
can't wear sunglasses because I have regular glasses. So, and they do darken, but they don't. Yeah, they're
These
not
are
dark
perfect.
enough for sun.
Perfect for this setting.
They're a little femme, but besides
that's
that.
the point. I have long hair too, so like I've always been a fan of the androgynous side of heavy metal. I play guitar. I have long hair. If I'm wearing femme glasses, that goes along with the look, man. And it also shows you I don't give two fucks if somebody thinks I'm femme. I'm a dude. I will fuck shit up, bro. You know that. I ain't no bitch. Come on, bro.
Just don't turn into a gender dysphoric, whatever. You don't know what you are. Don't go they, them.
I mean, it's pretty obvious I'm a man.
Last Dance is 5 seconds away from saying goodnight to everybody.
Dude,
am I right? Am I right?
I thought he was on radio silence like 2 hours ago. I can't believe he's still here. Last Dance, but it's great.
Yeah.
Some nights it's hard to get a word in edgewise.
I thought tonight was A-okay. What did you guys think?
Yeah. I was tired.
Let's have an open review of the pub tonight. No holds barred. No pulling any punches. Live at the pub. We're going to talk about it.
Nah, because then I got to shit on other people, and I'm not going to do that.
I didn't get enough beer because I don't drink beer. There.
Well, Aphid Lip, you'll shit on other people. Go.
I don't have no problem pulling my pants down and dropping a hot steamer.
All right. Go. What'd you think of Mr. Fort Lauderdale?
No, I'm kind of like last week. I have not felt good for a week now.
I know you haven't.
So I'm just happy I'm here. That's all I can say.
Well, that means you're not feeling up to busting other people's balls. I hear you. Okay.
I don't really have. I mean, there's some weeks I have something to say, but this week I don't have nothing negative to say about anybody.
You're right. It's a horrible idea for the pub to review the pub live on the pub.
Right. After we go off, I'll send you guys my opinion.
Well, should I give my opinion? Because
absolutely.
It's your pub. You can give it anytime.
Now, last
your opinion is the one that matters.
Now, Aphid Lip, you would tell me that no matter what, no matter if I said the most asinine thing in the history of mankind, you would say, "Yep, say it." So I'm not going to listen to you. But Last Dance, you're my counsel. What do you say?
If you feel like you need to say something, you got something on your chest, on your mind, I think you should say it. It's your.
All right, here we go.
You got the air, buddy.
It was a good pub in general, and it was better than last week. We all exchanged ideas, and people seemed to grasp at least the beginning of the concept of talking and then allowing other people to talk. There were still issues with that in general, but I thought it was A-okay.
Sorry about that.
It wasn't you, but it was partially you. Yeah. Does somebody have the L train going by out there?
Nope.
No, that's me. Sorry.
I thought I heard like
we gotta hit you.
That's
punching ice.
But all in all,
there was parts of last week I enjoyed more than this week.
I always enjoy. I'd say the same thing.
Yeah, I always enjoy when it gets down to like a smaller group and it's not. But then this week there was a less I don't like when it gets so much political and I don't know. It just gets kind of boring to me. But there's
Okay.
always good points and bad points to every week. It's a pub.
All
When
right,
you go
right,
into a
right.
pub, there's good times, and you got annoying people that sit right next to you, and you got to deal with their shit.
Right.
Good thing is, in this kind of pub, you don't smell them.
There you
That's
go.
true.
I mean, that's
Thank
a
God.
plus.
Not
If
yet.
you're in a real pub, you're going to get the smell, and then the guy that drank a little too much talking to you and blowing beer in your face. And, this is a better
That's
way to
coming
go.
in 2028. We'll have that capability.
The
Right.
smell-o-vision.
Last week, Aphid, last week was exemplary, and the week before were. I've been waiting for a slower pub, and this one tonight was. So when things do get a little slow, I think I grasp and just. And also, dude, I'm still getting a little wasted here, so it's not like I have a great sense of what to shoot, and on for subjects. It's just, it is kind of what it turns into, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's how it should be. If you want to direct on subjects, that's fine, but otherwise, we'll just take it in whatever direction nature takes it in.
That's right.
I learned
It's
about
supposed
olive
to be
oil. It was kind of
organic.
cool.
Organic,
Yeah.
whether it's olive oil or, like
Truffle oil.
insurrection. From
Maple
olive oil
syrup.
to insurrection, we cover it all at the pub. That'll be my slogan. That's what we got.
I missed the insurrection part. I'm probably glad for that.
There you go.
Oh, geez. I've heard enough about, and this goes to tonight too. Masks.
Yeah, I couldn't believe we were doing that all over again.
Oh yeah, we'll
And
revisit
insurrection. I've heard enough about insurrection and mask.
Yeah.
It's like a train track that I never realized we get on until it's too late to, to
I
speak
know. It's
on.
like it's like I'm the only. I seem to be the only one that's not interested in it. So
I'm
not gonna
interested.
say hey, you guys are stupid for talking about mask.
No, I
3
brought it
years
up
after the fact.
I
They're
brought it
still
up because
trying to put it back on people in
When
some
we were
places.
talking
though.
about the censorship thing.
Yeah, but I brought up masks because I still see them. And
Yeah, people still using them.
I mean, they've been around in Asian countries for a long
That's
time.
because they
before
have bad
COVID.
air quality, and they do that to protect their.
No, it's not
breathing.
just because of bad air quality. They use them because when they're sick or other people are sick. But I don't want to bring this up to go back into talking
No,
about.
that's okay. I wasn't in here for
Damn,
that.
we're back on the
conversation.
same train track again.
No, I just remember hearing that one country is because of bad air quality. They've been using them for decades.
Well, I'm sure that's true. I'm not saying it's not true.
Yeah,
because
and that's I think it was Korea
have
that they
horrible air.
do it to protect because they have too much particulates in the air, and it's to protect them from breathing in the bad crap, which is
It's like
completely different than the contamination idea.
9/11 talk, that's another one. I don't want to talk about 9/11. No
yeah, I mean, Building 7.
22 years ago.
Yeah, I feel like Building 7 came up last week or maybe the week before.
I don't even remember all that, and then that was a long
this is
time
the thing.
ago.
With me, I'll be like latching right onto it. Just the other day, I was watching more 9/11 stuff on YouTube. Not kidding. Like every 6 months to a year, I'll revisit that because it was a life-changing event for me.
Yeah, when September, 8, 9, 10, and I'm watching AMC or whatever channel's got their special on. And most of them is something I've seen like 5 times before, but I'll still watch it again.
One thing I always throw on every year is it's about an hour and a half broadcast. It's Howard Stern from about 8:40 or so on November 11th to like 10:30 or whatever, somewhere in that vicinity. So it covers him leading up to the conversation where they're talking about like David Spade or something random like that. And then they start
September 11th?
Yeah, they're just Howard starts describing a plane that flew into the World Trade Center.
Wow.
And they don't really understand, and just the ambiguousness of it and the innocence of it. I heard that painting a mansion in Vermont. I was working outdoors, and we didn't know what the hell to think, man. It's incredible.
The weird thing about that I remember is that we never got up that early because I'm West Coast at the time. We never got up that early in the morning. That's 6 a.m. We usually didn't get up till 7 or 8. We got up early that day, and for some reason, we're watching television like 45 minutes before, and then it breaks on with the news. It's like, oh, wow, there's something new. And I don't have any idea why we got up early that day at all, and why any of that happened, why we were even awake, why our kids were in the room with us. Well, not my second one. I hadn't adopted him yet. My first one was in there. We were like going to watch cartoons with them. And he was 5. It's like, wow.
Any other subjects for you, Aphid, that you think are no bueno?
I can't think of any, but I'm sure I got a shit ton of them.
Vaccines.
Ew. No.
That's gotta be.
Well, and there's some that I have opinions on them, but I know are personal to people, and I'm more open, especially people that I like. I'm more open to talk about something when I'm not talking directly with somebody I know that is personal to them, because there's no point in trying to prove a point with somebody.
I don't have a problem with actual real vaccines, but this thing that they were calling a vaccine that didn't work, that I don't like. I have to say, funniness, I just was thinking about it yesterday because we have this new campaign here. And I just happened to notice it because I get tuned in because of drone tech stuff into the legacy media stuff sometimes. And I don't have traditional television, but I do notice when people are advertising things. And the new campaign here, they're really focusing on, yes, we don't mandate things, and yes, we're free to make choices, but they want you to choose to vaccinate, choose to vaccinate. They're still shoving it at us, but making it like, a big point of, well, we're letting you choose, so please choose right. And that's their advertising point here. Choose the right thing. We're letting you choose. We're not making you do it. But it's just really obvious that they're really pushing it in that way. And I find it kind of interesting.
I don't know. Is anyone getting their booster, like, for that sort of thing?
For COVID?
Yeah.
I might get another after having COVID this last time. I might get, because I'm fine with. I think flu shots are a good thing.
Yeah,
I might be in the minority.
No, I've had flu
but
shots,
I think
and they
that
do good.
I think that COVID shots might turn into like a flu shot thing. So,
did you get a flu shot this year?
This year I have not got a flu shot because I've been too sick, but I will. Because I think flu shots are beneficial to the overall health of
Well, if you've been too sick,
community.
why not hydrate, flush out, get your body all cleaned out?
Dude, I'm trying. I've done everything. I've researched everything I could possibly do. Every sickness I've got. I got strep. As soon as I got done with strep, I got COVID.
I'm not saying that, but
as soon
what
as
I'm
I got
saying
done with,
is, do you think a flu shot could take away from your general health a little if you've been beat down for a couple months?
Is it a live
what do you mean?
vaccine or is it a dead one? That matters. The kind of vaccine you're going to get matters. Live vaccine is going to bring you down if it gives you the flu.
No, I don't mean that. I mean
my overall opinion is the flu, and especially you almost have to delete COVID out of your brain because it tampers and
yeah.
But if it with the flu, it kills so many people every year that we don't realize because we don't look at the numbers. And some years it's a lot worse than other years. And if everybody got the flu shot, I think that the harm that the flu shot does to people is far less than the good that it does.
I don't think it does harm to people anymore that I've ever seen, unless you're getting a live vaccine and you happen to be allergic to some.
You get into the stuff like people thinking that it causes problems with children and stuff.
I've never heard allergic of a live flu vaccine.
They've had it in the past. They've given you live, but most of the time I have a problem with the fact that it's you're getting last year's flu and it's always mutated before you get it, but it does help.
Well, that's not true. They try to forecast what.
Yeah, but you're getting immunities,
usually
and it's helping you with the immunities.
I know, but they usually give 2, sometimes 3 different variants that they put into the flu shot.
Right. I never had a problem with getting a flu shot, but I also never got a heart attack like my sister did from a COVID shot. So I'm not doing it.
Well, I mean,
My sister
That
died
just
from
follow.
it.
That's kind of the same thing, though. I mean,
No,
and I don't. You're personal
she
with it,
wasn't
so I don't want
allergic.
to have an
Yeah,
argument
it's
with you
okay.
over it. But
It's not an
how do
argument.
you?
She
You don't
died.
know that she got it from.
They put her
Even if
cause
she
of
got it
death.
like 10 minutes after she got the COVID vaccine, you don't know.
Booster, not the vaccine. She got her first shot fine. Her second shot, the booster, gave her a heart attack. It was too strong, and it gave her a heart attack.
How
And
soon
it's her
after she
cause
got
of
it?
death. The next day. Same day, same like within 12, 24 hours. Bye-bye, sister.
And it was a
I
myocardial
don't remember if it
infarction,
was.
or
She was 52, and I don't know because she was not close to me. She was in Utah in a nursing home.
well, I
That's
know
the
that's
cause
a,
of death they put down.
I
So
know that's a tragedy.
she looked
So
horrible, and she had clots, and so whatever.
This
But
this is exactly what I was talking
not for
about
me.
before. I'm not gonna.
Well,
You know,
first and
I have a
foremost,
strong opinion on this, but I'm not
may
gonna
I
give it
just
because
say,
I don't want to.
may I just say, gee, very sorry for your loss.
Right,
That's
exactly,
terrible.
It
exactly.
happened, but I'm not doing it for me either. I like medicines, and I'm a medical nerd, and I've been in healthcare administration. That's my background. So I have no issues with understanding virology and bacteriology and many, many other things. I mean, I was in microbiology when I was in college. That was one of my favorite classes. But you know, when I look at certain things that do like they're supposed to and give you the immunities and help your body create immunities, that's great. But when the side effects outweigh some of the benefits, and some of the benefits they claim to tell you were there aren't really there, that's where I come up with the problem. I do not trust the latest what they had told us.
No,
I just
that's
don't.
reasonable.
That's
I
well, I
different
mean,
had
than
come
you're
up
not
with this that I think
yeah.
they were treating. They're in the business of public health.
right,
Mhm.
They're not in the business of individual health.
Mm-mm.
which is the mistake.
Correct.
It's a mistake. They're interested in the big numbers and
Percentages,
not
yeah.
in the percentages, and not, which is a public health viewpoint, but it's not the viewpoint that you should have. You should,
Correct.
with the way we do health, at least the way I do it, is my doctor and myself, we decide on what I need, and they discuss it with me, and that's how
Mhm.
we do it.
And
that's
that's
how it
fine.
should
Like I
be.
said, it should be make a choice, and if you choose to choose this way, that's great. And if you choose not to, then that's great too.
But here's what I don't like.
Absolutely,
Choice.
we should never
My
be forced
state
to
likes the
do.
choice, but I didn't like the forcing of it, the mandating of it,
I
authoritarian
don't like
government,
that
blah blah
either.
blah. That's horrible.
Not at
And,
all.
Last
I
dance.
don't.
What were you going to say? Go
That's
ahead.
it's one of the reasons I hated that California law that never really took effect. The one that was going to punish you, medical doctors might
Oh
perhaps
yeah,
lose their license for, you know,
recommending.
going against the consensus, medical
Yeah.
consensus. I mean, that kills the individual nature of medicine in this country. It kind of forces
Yeah.
a group consensus that, puts public health over your own personal,
Freedom.
individualized health plan.
Hmm.
And I thought that's just terrible.
It is terrible.
Well, and it's wrong to punish somebody for having a difference of opinion.
Right.
I mean, it's
Well,
freedom of
because
speech.
we should
is
all
freedom
have a
of
difference of.
speech.
We should all have a difference of opinion. That's what makes us so successful.
Yeah. Like, kind of ties into something we were saying earlier. I like having those discussions with people, even if I disagree with them. Like, RW's not in anymore, but when we know about certain people that are always trolling us to have a discussion, I don't mind discussing something that's different, as long as I know where they're coming from, or just having the, bouncing off the walls, this opinion versus that opinion. I don't mind agreeing to disagree. I don't like it though when someone wants to condemn me for being a little bit different on either side. You know what I mean? Because they can be free to think this way. I don't know if that makes any sense or not.
Sure it does.
Sure.
I just don't like having the you have to think like I do or else you're a piece of crap.
No.
And I think
Even
we're
the
going
people,
in that direction.
even the people that are wrong, still help make things right.
Well, and wrong again is a matter of sometimes it's wrong is a matter of opinion. Not always is an opinion wrong. It's still
I'm
an
not saying
opinion.
I'm not saying
I
you're
know.
wrong. I'm just saying.
Well, I could be wrong. I'm fine with that.
Well, everybody's wrong.
Yeah, and everybody's
Nobody's
right, too.
right all the time.
Well, you're wrong about that.
You're the one, huh?
If you're married, you know either you're happy and your wife's always right. No, just kidding. Or you're right all the time and your wife's really unhappy. I'm teasing. I've been married 35 years, so I'm sorry I have to go there.
Oh no, it's fine. We all know how it is.
Yeah. Anyway, you got to have a sense of humor about all of it. That's the best thing I can say. Because without a sense of humor, you're screwed in life, doomed
That's
to
right.
unhappiness forever.
On that
So,
note, I'm gonna take off out of here. I was gonna.
You're out of here.
Yeah, I was just wanting to beat Last Dance. Is all it came down to.
No, I was going to hang on as long as
All
I
right,
can.
we're gonna wrap this thing up here, people.
All right.
Who's got the jet?
It's always good to see you guys.
Who's got the what?
All right. Somebody's got some jet planes or something in the background there.
I don't hear nothing.
I don't hear anything either.
I don't hear anything.
So either it's coming from me or it's coming from your background, and you just don't realize it.
I mean, I do get
my
jets
gaming?
flying here, but I don't hear any.
Is it my gaming? Are you hearing
Maybe it's
game
my.
noises?
Well, I got an air conditioner that's roaring.
No, it's fine. It just
Is it
left.
based
I
on
think.
a jet engine?
Here, let me mute.
No, it's not you.
It's probably me.
No,
I don't know, I
don't
have-
hear it.
I
Anyway,
have
take it
games,
easy, Aphid Lip. Take care of
Yeah,
yourself.
it's good to. Yeah, thanks, man.
All right. Well,
I
we'll
will.
see you, RNG, or
We'll
whatever
see,
her
bro.
name was.
Take care, guys.
Hey, thanks for doing the pub.
No problem. Hey, Scum, do you want to just start up right away?
Take it easy.
What? I guess I could.
I mean, are you going to wait till 12:30? Last Dance, wait around. Come on. You don't have to run out of here, for Christ's sake, Last
Oh, I thought you were ending the pub.
If I don't see you, Last Dance, be safe. Be good.
I'm
See
just.
you guys last week because my parents were doing Christmas.
What kind of a backwards ass religion does Christmas in October?
My mom's not well. She's terminally ill, so she hates the cold weather. So she's doing Christmas and going and living in a trailer in Florida.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, because then her bones don't hurt and she can move around and stuff. So she can't move here in the winter. It starts to get cold. She can't. She gets pissed off. She hates it now. So last few years, living in a trailer in Florida for the whole season.
Florida it is for your mom. And I apologize for my comment.
What comment?
Well, when I said backwards ass religion, I didn't realize.
Oh, it's all good. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
All right. Thank you for that.
I'm chill.
All right. What do you think, boys?
I could take a break for a week.
Yeah. What do you mean?
I could say goodbye and be happy.
All right, you're done?
I'm done, yeah.
What is that box I see over? Like if you hold up your left arm, Last Dance. There's a square outside of the window. Like, is it a
Here?
microwave? Yeah.
I think that's probably this laptop.
Oh, okay. It's
It's
the
just a
screen.
reflection, yeah.
All right, cool.
There's a picture of you in there.
That's a good-looking couple of good-looking guys on that bad boy, huh?
On that note, you dudes be safe.
Never looked
Good
better.
night, Steve. I like the shades. Last Dance. He's always beautiful.
Take it easy, scum. It's great talking to you.
See you, man.
Take it easy, Smokesteve.
All right, buddy. We'll see you. Go ahead and X yourself out. Here we go. It was a good pub tonight. I want to keep it going. I always want to keep it going, but tonight I could definitely still roll. But sometimes all good things come to an end. black submarines operator, take me back to my mind. Show me time